Remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Center fielder from Eastern Kentucky, number 5, Will Johnson.
Well, welcome to Joe Canton Stadium. I'm Rob Stead. Whoops. Well, play-by-play is nice, but we don't need to have it go out through the entire stadium here, as we're underway as Ryan Bunzy delivers the first pitch to Will Johnson, who fouls it off behind home plate. Doubleheaders are always tough. It's an abbreviated start. The warm-up time isn't quite as long, so that means our prep time and our getting the lineups is always difficult, as the second delivery missing outside by Baltimore Dodgers starting pitcher Ryan Bunzy. 1-1 the count to Will Johnson. So a bit discombobulated here to begin the game. That's why we're only starting right now. Rob Stadnick alongside Joey White as a foul ball here runs the count to a ball and 2 strikes on Will Johnson. Leading things off today for the DC Grays. A bit of let's talk about the standings a little bit. The Baltimore Dodgers currently hold one of the 2 wild card spots. They're tied with the Loudoun River Dogs, a team they played back on Tuesday and split with in a doubleheader. They play a doubleheader here tonight, 2 7-inning ball games against the DC Grays. The Grays basically out of it with 3 games to play. They're 3 games back. They could still conceivably get in with tiebreakers and things of that nature, but it's not very likely. It's another foul ball here. The count will remain a ball and 2 strikes. The Dodgers, however, with a couple of wins here today, almost assure themselves a playoff spot.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, tied up with the Loudoun River Dogs, and 2-game series against the DC Grays, who still have a little bit to fight for. They would have to have a lot work in their favor for them to get into the playoff picture. But for the Dodgers, if you win out, there's a good chance you're in and you make it into your first playoffs in team history.
Yeah, 2 wins here today and a loss by the T-Bolts. That's if my math is correct. Baseball math can be very difficult at times. It's a fastball missing the outside corner. It's 2 in a row missing by Bunzy, and now the count is full on Will Johnson. If my baseball math is correct, 2 wins here, or 2 out of 3 wins. That's two games today and 1 tomorrow against the Redbirds. The fastball is going to miss the outside corner and a leadoff walk for the DC Grays. Things not working out too well in the early going for Ryan Bunzy. But 2 wins out of the next 3. And 1 loss by the T-Bolts in their last 3 games, and the Dodgers should be in. It all depends on tiebreakers, which when you start talking about 3 teams tied, I'm not really sure how the tiebreakers work, just looking through all the different tiebreakers. But you win 2 out of your last 3, you give yourself a good opportunity to get into the postseason. First delivery to Jacob Miyakawa is popped into foul territory. It's going to get just out of play as Shane Coker and Colin Berg over to give it a look. And no balls and 1 strike to count to Miyakawa.
And as you mentioned for the Dodgers, Ryan Bunzy on the mound, making his 4th start of the season. One of the guys in this Dodgers bullpen, there's been a lot of guys who have seen starting action, and Bunzy's going to need to get the first win of this doubleheader to give the Dodgers a better chance to make the playoffs. So far in the year, 0-2 with a 5.94 ERA. That coming in 16 2/3 innings of work.
And the 0-1's going to find the outside corner. So again, ahead of the hitter here, no balls and 2 strikes. Miyakawa played in both games of a doubleheader yesterday, as DC Grays playing 2 back-to-back doubleheaders. So 4 games in 2 days. It's got to be a bit of a grind. He went 1 for 6, drove in a run, struck out twice, was hit by a pitch. Runner goes, swinging a foul ball out of play. So Johnson's going to have to go back to first base. And we're going to try this 0-2 pitch one more time. Now, the DC Grays trying to run on the Dodgers here. That hasn't worked out too well for most teams. But Will Johnson, 10 steals, just been caught once on the season. So good speed over there at first base. We'll see if the spectacular Dodgers catchers can throw him out. He's not going here. The breaking ball is going to miss down and away. And Miyakawa gets back into the count, a ball and 2 strikes.
A nice job from Miyakawa there to hold off on that breaking pitch. Started on the plate and ended up finding its way on the outside part of the left-handed batter's box.
Bunzy sets and comes home with a 1-2. Little pop out behind first base. Coker going back, and he's going to make the over-the-shoulder catch for out number 1. Unfortunately, Bunzy not covering first base because Coker turned to look to first, and Johnson was off the bag, but nobody there to catch the throw if Coker wanted to try and fire it.
Yeah, a nice defensive play by Coker, having to go over his shoulder, ranging back into the right field grass. Joey Ortiz wasn't able to track down that one. And then David Bellamy, the Dodgers right fielder, too far into the outfield to make that play. So Coker was the only option, and he came through.
And that'll bring Lamar Briggs to the plate. Briggs was the only DC Gray player to make a trip down to Carolina. We talked about the Dodgers sending a pair of players. Briggs the only one. The runner off with the pitch, the ball in the dirt. They're not going to have a chance to get Johnson. His first delivery is a ball to Briggs. It's hard to throw runners out when you have to block the pitch in the dirt. So Will Johnson down to second base with 1 away on the steal. That's his 11th steal of the season. Still only caught once. We'll see. We'll have a couple chances to get him. I'm sure a little bit later in this game, as long as he keeps getting on the bases. Of course, we don't want that to happen either. It's now a foul ball. The count even at a ball and a strike. As I was saying, Briggs the only player for the DC Grays going down to Kannapolis, North Carolina. North Carolina. And he didn't do so well. Played in both games, went 0 for 5, walk, a strikeout, and a stolen base. And another steal here by Briggs as Bunzy again bounces a pitch.
And we just talked about how great the catchers have been for the Dodgers in terms of throwing out runners. Well, if you're not going to put your catcher in a position to make a play, that's your own fault. You're going to end up having your first runner on third base with one out and a sac fly brings him home against a really good hitter in Briggs.
Yeah, we mentioned the tough times Briggs had down in North Carolina so far this season because he was selected. Obviously not having two difficult times. The fastball catches the outside corner against the pitching of the Cal Ripken League. The leading hitter for the DC Grays coming in with a 376 batting average, playing in his 36th game. 5 doubles, 22 RBIs. He's only struck out 27 times, 125 at-bats. 2-2 pitch. The fastball, it's going to miss outside. As I said, not a big strikeout guy, and that's exactly what Bunzy wants here. A 3-2 count on Briggs, and that go-ahead run just 90 feet away with only one away. Only Rob Williams over at third base is in for the Dodgers. 3-2 pitch on the way, and a swing and a miss. I was confused. I thought it was a swing and a miss, but Briggs was still standing there. But Briggs down on strikes. That's the first strikeout of the game for Bunzy.
Right field from Butler, number 21.
And a huge moment for Bunzy to start this game. Lamar Briggs, second in the Cal Ripken League in batting average, one of the best hitters in this area. And to get him down on a swing that Briggs wishes he could take back and accumulate that second out, it's going to be big with a runner on third.
Now Harrison Freed, well, he's going to pick up that runner as he swings at the first pitch and delivers it into center field for a base hit. In comes Will Johnson. Those 2 stolen bases are huge. You mentioned not giving your catcher a chance to make a play on either of those occasions. And now the Grays have a 1-0 lead on the RBI base hit by Harrison Freed.
Yeah, first pitch Freed saw, he hit right back up the middle. Not a hard piece of contact, but over the head of the pitcher Bunzy into center field. Scores one easily, and if you're the Dodgers and you're trying to pick up 2 wins in this doubleheader, that's not the way you want to start out today.
As Darius Gillis will stand in, the 5-hole hitter for the Grays. And he'll swing at the first pitch as well. Hit that off the end of the bat and foul over by the first base coaching box. Let's go and give you the infield for the Dodgers. Rob Williams over at third. Austin James in his usual spot at short. At second base, Joey Ortiz again in the usual spot, and Shane Coker, his usual spot at first. So no changes from the last few games for the Dodgers on the infield, as the breaking ball is going to miss well outside and low from Bunzy. Around the outfield, Ortega, Shelby, and Bellamy. Again, the last few games, the only change has been in left field. That has been kind of a platoon between Ortega and Tego. 1-1 pitch on the way, and it's going to be a fastball. It's going to miss way inside, and Bunzy making his catcher work here, as we already had to see Berg block a couple pitches, and he had to go way outside for one, way inside on that one. And Bunzy struggling to find his location, as he already has surrendered a walk, and he's now down 2-1 on Gillis. And we'll make that 3-1 as the breaking ball misses the outside corner. And Bunzy in danger of putting another runner in scoring position here with a ball 4. And Gillis swings at the 3-1, hits it out into right center. Coming over and making the catch is David Bellamy, and that's going to do it for the Grays. They get on the board. They're up 1-0 as we head to the bottom half of the first. This is Baltimore Dodgers baseball. Rob Stadnick back with you for the bottom half of the first inning alongside Joey White. The Baltimore Dodgers surrendering a run in that top half of the first inning, and they're going to send their, well, ever so reliable, to use a Joey White term. Well, not really his term, but that's what he used to refer to Joey Ortiz. As they're going to send him up to the plate to try and lead things off here in this bottom of the first inning.
Yeah, Ortiz is going to be facing off against the starting pitcher for the D.C. Grays, Matthew Dalkey, a junior out of Southeastern Louisiana University. Didn't see a whole lot of time for Southeastern Louisiana during the season, only 2 appearances, but 7 starts for the Grays this summer.
And Ortiz is going to swing at the first pitch and roll it over to short. And he's going to be retired easily as Mayakawa makes the play, throws it across, and Ortiz retired on 1 pitch. And I'll bring David Bellamy to the plate. Don't really give us a chance to talk about him very much.
Yeah, not very much. Just to finish up that thought about Dalkey, 7 games this year, all of them starts. He's 4-3, so he's had a decision in every game he's pitched in. 3.11 ERA and 43 1/3. 27 strikeouts, only 20 walks.
David Bellamy, lefty-righty matchup, is Bellamy taking a fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. So Dalkey in the strike zone early. Dodgers might have to take note, as that fastball, as I say that, misses well outside to David Bellamy. Bellamy has been coming on as of late. He's kind of locked down that number 2 hole in the batting order, as we've seen recently, has been starting out there in right and pretty much batting second the last, week and a half or so, as the 1-1 will miss. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. And the 2-1 missing outside. 3-1 to Bellamy. Bellamy is a player that you don't want to see on the bases either, as he's 8 for 8 in stolen bases, just like Joey Ortiz is perfect on the season. 3-1 is in there for a strike, and that'll run the count full to David Bellamy. Bellamy coming into today with his average up at 275, awaits the 3-2, and he's going to chop one up the middle. Mayakawa gets the high hop, throws across the diamond, and he's going to overthrow his first baseman. I'm going to give a hit there, as that would have been a very tough play. We'll see what the official score is, but I think that should be ruled a hit for David Bellamy as he stays at first. And they're going to give an error. That's a tough error on the shortstop. It's a very difficult play.
Yeah, I guess the head scorer saw the distance in which the ball traveled away from the first baseman, Jones. Mayakawa had to range to make that play up the middle. Would have been needed to see that if he would have been able to get that throw over in time. Bellamy with a lot of speed. But
I'm not, like you said, I'm not entirely sure he doesn't beat that. I think that should go down as a hit. Maybe I'll try and make my case in between innings as Austin James stands in. He fouls the first pitch out of play down the right field line. So, nonetheless, the Dodgers with a runner at first base and 1 away in the form of David Bellamy, who's got good speed. A little bit of a breeze here blowing from left to right, so it could be good for the lefties. Unfortunately, Dodgers not really big in the lefty market. There's a foul ball here by James. He's down the count, no balls and 2 strikes.
Doesn't change the fact that it's about 95 degrees outside today, so that wind is a hot wind.
A very hot, unpleasant wind, just like, well, maybe I won't say what it's like. But it might help some balls get out down that right field line or maybe out in the right center. The 0-2 pitch on the way to James, and he's down looking as the breaking ball catches the outside corner. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Austin James.
First time through the lineup against Dalkey. The Dodgers are going to try to figure out, number 1, where Dalkey's going to be, if he's going to be throwing strikes consistently, and number 2, where the strike zone is. We've had some inconsistency depending on the home plate umpire this season as to whether that outside corner is going to get called with some extended range, and on that breaking ball, it was pretty close to being in that secret strike location.
First delivery to Shane Coker, and he's going to line one up the middle for a base hit. That's going to be the first Dodgers base hit of the day, maybe the second if I can plead my case well. But the Dodgers now with the runners at first and second, and 2 away for Brandon McIlwain.
The designated hitter,
Yeah, Shane Coker didn't give us any time to discuss what he's been up to, but hit that one hard contact right up the middle. Pitcher Dalkey had to get his feet out of the way in fear of being hit, but 2 on now, 2 outs, and Brandon McElwain at the plate.
McElwain standing in from UC Berkeley. Hasn't seen any action over there yet as he takes a breaking ball that catches the outside corner for a strike. But he will, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be fairly successful over there at Cal. Tries to deliver a run here for the Dodgers. And he takes, where did that miss? Looked like a good pitch, but it's going to be called a ball, and McElwain is even in the count, a ball and a strike. McElwain on the season just above that Mendoza line at 208. 19 RBI, so number 20 sitting right there at second base for him. And he takes another delivery that's going to miss, I guess, just a little bit low. And he's ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike.
Doing well in the RBI department, the average down, but the biggest thing that stands out is the strikeout numbers. Leads this team with 36 strikeouts. Just behind him is Jaron Shelby, the center fielder, with 34.
And Dalkey's going to step off and reset here, as I don't think he liked the pitch selection that he had, or maybe just not the feeling, like a golfer stepping away from his shot that he just doesn't feel right about. Outfield straight away. Johnson a little shallow in center. If you're an Orioles fan, you might recognize like Adam Jones likes to play a pretty shallow center field. Well, Johnson in center plays pretty shallow as well, as a foul ball here around the count at 2-2. A lot of room behind him. 410 to center field, as we mentioned many a time, and it's almost a flat line. If we had an aerial view, we could show it to you, which we don't. I'm working on the drone, guys. I'm working on it. Maybe we'll have it for next season. But it looks like it's, from our vantage point, a flat line from left to center to right. So if he can get one in the air to center, he could be running for days. This 2-2 is going to miss outside. And that'll run the count full. So any base hit, pretty much sure to score a run, unless, of course, it's on the infield. Even then, though, with the speed of Bellamy, and he's going to get a head start here, perhaps you send him. Give him that shot instead of, trying to rely on one more base hit. See if you can score him from second base, as he's going to be off with a pitch. Didn't get a good jump, but it doesn't matter because McElwain draws the walk as the fastball missing inside, and the Dodgers have bases loaded with 2 away.
Yeah, nice job there from McElwain to keep the eye focused. That one on the inside corner just missed, and he stood in there for 6 pitches and saw himself all the way through to first base.
So Jaron Shelby comes to the plate. Shelby's bat has been heating up as of late. Let me mention a few times he's hit in 7 of his last 8. This would be a good spot to pick up another one right here. Batting average creeping up towards that Mendoza line, just shy of 180 on the season. 10 RBIs, a pair of home runs, 6 doubles, and a triple. So he waits the 1-0, and he hits it hard out into left center field, and that's going to score at least 2 as that hits off the fence in the air. Coming in to score is Bellamy. Coker comes in to score, and McElwain is going to score all the way from first on the bases clearing double by Soak. 3-1 Dodgers. A nice piece of hitting by Jaron Shelby.
That is his 10th extra base hit on the season, and that was a shot hit all the way out towards the wall. 380 into left center field, and it crunched the wall, brought home all 3 runners, and Ryan Munsey may have given up 1 in the first, but the Dodgers offense helps him out here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, we haven't seen that too many times, flying that 380 sign out there in left center field. And Jaron Shelby, bases clearing double, gives the Dodgers the lead 3-1 here. And they're still in business as newcomer Rob Williams from Chowan University, one of the lefties in the lineup, takes a fastball down low. He's got a chance to drive in Jaron Shelby out at second base.
And real quick, Rob, that's the type of power we've seen from Jaron Shelby all season. Just hasn't been able to get the average up. If you watch his batting practice numbers and his batting practice sessions, he's hitting balls clear out beyond towards the pine trees in left field pretty much every time he gets the opportunity.
Rob Williams this season just playing in his 4th game with the Dodgers, just joined them this week as they've run out of third baseman. He takes a fastball outside. Injuries to all their regular starters, and they called Rob Williams. He's definitely brought the glove. His offense hasn't been terrible for the first 3 games. 2 for 10. A walk, a run scored, a double. Has not picked up an RBI, but this is a prime opportunity for him in this situation. It's Jaron Shelby at second base with 2 away. Swing and a miss at the high fastball, and that's something we saw back on Tuesday, that the Dodgers are just can't lay off the high ones.
Yeah, definitely. We saw it all game on Tuesday, where the Dodgers also had to deal with an outside corner and extended strike zone. They were getting antsy, and anytime they saw some high cheese, they wanted to go at it, and many times were unable to get a piece of it.
2-1 is going to catch the outside corner, and it'll even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Williams at Schwann University this year, just a 111 average, so didn't have that great of a time at the plate, but is more known for his glove, which is something that the Dodgers certainly needed, as that third base position, before he got here, had a total of 23 errors on the season. Is now a foul ball here, and it'll keep the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 10 errors from Porter, 9 from DePino, and Zach Seal had 6. So I'm sorry, it was 25 errors. My math there a little bit wrong. So the gloves solidifying that third base position has certainly been a welcome sight this past week, and hopefully it can continue. And hopefully the bat will show up, as the 2-2 is going to miss inside, and the gate opens up on the behind the third base batter's box. I guess the lock fell off of it, or they don't have a lock for it on there. I don't know. Derek Brown's over to work on it. I think he better get back to his box, or one of those players better go to the box, because I'm anticipating a hit here for Rob Williams. I guess Jaron Shelby's on his own. Okay, now we've got third base coach, but it's not going to matter as Williams walks. That's the second walk allowed in the inning by Dalkey, and now runners at first and second with 2 away, and Colin Berg coming to the plate.
Forced play back in effect now with Rob Williams getting on first, but so far in this inning, Dalkey has had difficulty with the control as well as the contact that he's faced has been very solid. That ball from Shane Coker up the middle was a hard hit grounder, and of course Jaron Shelby's 3 RBI double out into left center field was on a frozen rope.
Berg awaits the first delivery, and he takes an off-speed pitch that catches that outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. He looks down to Derek Brown over at third, and he's got no signs. 2 outs. Swing away, young man. Let's see if we can get that run in from second base. It's a big run. Dodgers currently hold a 2-run lead. Score is 3-1. Pair of hits here in the inning. Couple walks and an error, which I believe should have been ruled a hit. The 0-1 will miss down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Colin Berg. Berg only playing in 11 games to this point. This is his 12th game of the season, but mostly because he's not been right physically. He's had an ankle injury that he's been battling, and he's finally back. Right at that 200 mark, 9 for 45 on the season. He's scored 9 times, driven in 5, and we'll see if he can get another one here as he takes the 1-1 in there for a strike. Down in the count, a ball and 2 strikes.
And coming back at just the right time was Shamoy Christopher, the Baltimore Dodgers all-star catcher, having to head back to Tennessee Wesleyan, had to take some summer classes before he enrolled in the fall. So just Alex Wolanski as a backup, and Berg getting the start today.
As Dalkey comes set, checks on Jaron Shelby at second base and delivers a breaking ball that's going to miss outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Dodger catcher from Villanova. Berg coming out in 2016, he was the top catcher in his class in the state of Delaware. #1 catcher in the state of Delaware. As he swings and misses, and he thought about breaking the bat over his knee, decided against it, and he's down on strikes. That's his 2nd strikeout of the inning, but the Dodgers strike thrice as they take a 3-1 lead as we head to the second inning. This is Baltimore Dodgers baseball. Rob Stanek alongside Joey White. We're back for the second inning of play as the Baltimore Dodgers have a 3-1 lead. A lot of scoring here in that first inning of play as the Grays scored after a walk, a couple of stolen bases, and a base hit with 2 away for Harrison Freed. And the Dodgers with a 2-out, 3-run triple by Jaron Shelby. And the first pitch to Miles Jones is going to be served into right field for a base hit. And it seems like first pitch hitting is kind of the way to go here in today's ball game early on.
Yeah, definitely both of these pitchers trying to establish their stuff early down the middle, get some strikes to get some confidence. And typically that first pitch fastball is going to be something the Grays are going to need to jump on. Bunzy not a big strikeout guy, so a first strike for him in an at-bat is huge.
And runner at first base, nobody out with Evan Bear, the catcher, coming to the plate. Bunzy will come set and he'll come home. And that fastball is going to miss well inside. Again, Colin Berg having to lunge inside to make the catch and keep it from going the backstop. Bear has played 2 ways with DC this summer. He's pitched in 2 games. Hasn't had the best outing, so I think they're probably going to stick, or the best of times, they're probably going to stick with him at the plate here for the rest of the season, the last 3 games, as the fastball is going to miss inside. His line in his 2 games pitched, 3 1/3, 2 earned runs, 6 hits, 4 walks, and 2 strikeouts. So hasn't done so well on the hill for the Grays as he swings and misses at the 2-1 or 2-0, and the count runs now to 2-1.
Yeah, Bear not with a great average this season, hitting only 128. Didn't see a lot of action in his time at Old Dominion. Played in 2 games, was mostly the bullpen catcher this season.
And an off-speed pitch is going to be in there on the inside corner at the belt. And that'll run the count 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bear, the catcher from ODU, with nobody out and a runner at first. And the good hold there is the breaking ball just missing the outside corner. That was a strikeout pitch by Bunzy, trying to get a chase. Runner at first base is Miles Jones. He singled on the first pitch of the inning. Not a big lead, as he's not much of a threat to go over there, as Bear's going to foul one back to the screen, and the count will remain 3 balls and 2 strikes. Yesterday's doubleheader, Bear got action in 1 game, as you typically see from catchers. They'll split. He went 0 for 2, scored a run, and walked. And he strikes out here as a fastball at the letters. He can't catch up, and he's down on strikes. The second strikeout of the game for Bunzy and 1 away here in the second inning.
Using that high fastball to get the strikeout, something the Dodgers hitters have had a problem with during this week. He uses it to his advantage to get the first out of the inning.
And that'll bring Jack Dennini, the designated hitter, to the plate. And he swings at the first pitch and hits a little looper out into center field. Coming in is Jaron Shelby, and he makes the catch. I'll be honest, I didn't think it was going to get out that far just from the trajectory of the ball. I thought that it was going to drop in front of Shelby. He was kind of like jogging in. I was thinking maybe he misread it and it was going to be a little more shallow than that, but he comes in, makes the easy catch. I'm going to bring Cooper Mitchell to the plate, and if I want to talk about these guys, I guess I better get it in real quick because everybody wants to hit the first pitch today. Mitchell, right-handed hitter against the right-handed pitching Bunzy, and he swings and misses at the first pitch. See, he tried to hit the first pitch as well, so they just want to. I think they want to get in, get out. Let's hit whatever we can. Mitchell's been having some issues with the strikeouts recently. He fouls one off here, down the count, no balls and 2 strikes. 10 strikeouts in his last 4 games. And yesterday's game, he did have one of those strikeouts, went 0 for 2, including 1 strikeout. So Bunzy looking to get out of this inning after allowing the leadoff single and keep the top of the order from coming back to the plate. Is a breaking ball right there for strike 3. Good pitch by Bunzy. Freezes Cooper Mitchell. His 3rd strikeout of the game ends the inning, and the Baltimore Dodgers are going to head to the bottom of the second with a 3-1 lead. Back with you for the bottom of the second inning. I'm Rob Stadnick alongside Joey White, and Dodgers had a great offensive first inning, great defensive second inning, and we'll see if they can continue those offensive prowess that they showed in the first. Nick Ortega is going to lead things off for the Dodgers here in the second. He's going to swing at the first pitch and foul it into Bear, and didn't feel too good as Bear's going to have to take himself a little walk to shake it off. Another first pitch swinging. We've been seeing that. That's kind of been the theme of this game. You see a pitch, you hit it on the first pitch. I think the 98 degrees temperature probably has something to do with that. Hey, let's just hit the ball. Let's just go out there. I don't want to be standing in this heat all this time. We got 2 games today in this. Another swing and a foul ball by Ortega, and the pitcher's throwing strikes certainly helps. So no balls and 2 strikes to Nick Ortega. He's leading things off here for the Dodgers in the bottom of the second inning after Bunzy able to put up a scoreless. Gets one of those shutdown innings that we talk about that the Dodgers have failed to get as a fastball missing the outside corner. He's able to get one there after the Dodgers put up a 3 spot. He puts up the 0, the 1-2. That's going to miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Ortega working the count even after being down the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Ortega, another player struggling this summer at the dish, batting 176 coming in his 26th game of the summer, and he fouls one straight back here. However, he has shown the ability to get some timely hits with runners in scoring position. The most notable, the homecoming walk-off single down the left field line. 2-2. On the outside corner, Ortega knew it, and he's down on strikes, the 3rd strikeout of the game by Dalkey.
That's a huge way to start out this inning for Dalkey. After giving up 3 runs and sacrificing a lot of hits, Dalkey needed that one to get his confidence back a little bit and get dialed in for the rest of this game.
As now Joey Ortiz stands in, and we'll talk about him a little bit now. Hopefully he won't hit the first pitch. This is the ground out victim his first time, and he takes a fastball, or excuse me, it's a breaking ball that misses the outside corner. 1 ball and no strikes to count to Ortiz. Ortiz, we've talked about having a fantastic offensive season as he hits a little looper out into right field. Going back is Gillis, and he makes the catch. So Ortiz has only seen 3 pitches today, and he's been out twice.
Obviously, he doesn't want us to talk about the fantastic season that he's been having so far. 3 pitches and 2 outs.
Well, it's not going to work because I'm going to mention it anyway. At this point in the season, we've got 3 games, well, 2 and 2/3 games left. He's got more at-bats, more hits, more runs scored, more doubles, and more stolen bases than any other Dodger player in the team's history. It's a short history, but it's still pretty impressive. As Bellamy stands in, takes a fastball that hits the outside corner for strike 1. The 0-1 will miss low. A ball and a strike now to Bellamy. Bellamy's last time he hit a chopper up the middle. And Maekawa fielded on the high hop and overthrew his first baseman, Jones. And a little base hit to left field by Bellamy. He's going to, well, he thought about going for 2, and wow, maybe he should have, as a 16 hopper into second base by Mitchell. I think Bellamy could have probably beat it. But I was going to say, I think he should have probably been awarded a hit his first time on the high chopper. But a little opposite field work for Bellamy there. And he's on base again with 1 away. So things, or no, I'm sorry, this time with 2 away as Ortega led off the inning. Now Austin James standing in, a strikeout victim his first time. Good spot for Bellamy to try and swipe a bag here with 2 away. You want to get him into scoring position as a delivery in there for a strike. If you can get him into scoring position, then just a base hit to score him to increase that lead. If he gets thrown out, no big deal because you start off the next inning with your 3-hitter. So good spot here is Austin James standing in and Bellamy taking his lead. Doesn't look like he's running yet. Now with the count 0-2, probably not going to be. So I think a bit of a missed opportunity there for the Dodgers. There's just situations where it just screams, we're running here. And Bellamy hasn't tried to take that second base bag. James standing awaits the 0-2. And here it comes, a breaking ball. It's going to miss up high around the letters. And 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. So now perhaps on 1 and 2 you could go, but that pitch out is still an option. Don't see too many pitch outs in the Cal Ripken League though. But a breaking ball is still a possibility, so another good pitch to run on. And a hard line drive into left field for a base hit. And if you steal on one of those first 2 pitches, maybe the Dodgers have a 4-1 lead now. Instead, it's runners at first and second with Shane Coker coming to the plate.
Nice hard contact once again from Dodgers hitters. This time Austin James got ahead of that and pulled it in between the third baseman Briggs and the shortstop Maekawa. And Shane Coker at the plate got the first hit officially on the day for the Dodgers with a single in the first inning.
Let's see if he can duplicate that feat here. It should score Bellamy with no problems at second base with good speed. Pretty good speed over at first base as well, so a ball in the gap could score a pair as well. First delivery to Coker is going to miss down, and Coker jumped on the first pitch his first time as well. This time didn't get a pitch in the strike zone that he liked. And he's ahead in the count, a ball and no strikes. Dodgers with 3 runs in the first on a bases-clearing double by Jaron Shelby. The DC Grays with an RBI single from Harrison Freed, and Coker tries to go the other way but hits a little fly ball out to Mitchell, who makes the catch, and the Dodgers are going to leave a pair of runners on base with 1 in scoring position. We're going to come back to the third, and I'm going to turn things over to Joey White for the next 3. And we'll see if the Dodgers can hold the Grays right where they're at. This is Baltimore Dodgers baseball.
Center fielder from Eastern Kentucky University, number 5, Will Johnson.
Back at it from Joe Cannon Stadium to begin the top of the 3rd inning. Joey White alongside Rob Stadnick. We do a little bit of a role reversal here during the first game of this doubleheader between the Baltimore Dodgers and the DC Grays. Dodgers currently with a 3-1 lead. Ryan Bunzy on the mound to begin the 3rd. Facing the top of the order, Will Johnson, the center fielder for the Grays, takes a strike down the middle. DC Grays started off the scoring in this game, got 1 in the top of the first against Bunzy. Dodgers came back with 3 on a 3 RBI triple from the center fielder Jaron Shelby. Next pitch from Bunzy misses high for a ball, 1-1. Seen a lot of offense so far in this game early and often, a lot of first pitch swinging as well. Haven't had that here in this at-bat. Next pitch from Bunzy high for a ball, 2-1. Johnson, the leadoff man for the Grays, reached in his first at-bat with a walk, stole 2 bases, and then came home on an RBI single. That pitch going to miss as well, puts the count at 3-1.
And Bunzy not doing himself any favors here as he's getting behind the leadoff hitter, a guy that hurt him on the base paths.
3-1 pitch is going to miss low, and that's going to be the second walk of the day for Will Johnson. So 2 times he's shown up to the plate, 2 times he's taken first base without swinging the bat.
And that's the guy that you don't want to just give a free pass to. Make that guy, because it could very easily be a double and possibly a triple once he gets on base. And you're throwing strikes to everybody else. That's the only guy you've walked. The only guy you're walking is the leadoff hitter. You shouldn't be trying to be super careful with him. You want to make sure he earns his way on base.
And that's going to bring up the shortstop for the Grays, Jacob Mayakawa, the sophomore out of San Diego State. Mayakawa, a Hawaiian last name from Mililani, Hawaii. A 4-time state champion in baseball is Mayakawa for making his way over to San Diego. Runner going on the pitch. Colin Bird comes up with the throw. He doesn't get a good handle on it, and that one goes out into center field. Will Johnson going to make his way to third base standing up. on the throwing error from Colin Berg.
Yeah, Berg should have ate that one, as he didn't get a very good grip. You could see he double pumped and tried to make the throw anyway. Ball goes into center field. Johnson over at third base now with nobody out.
So once again, Will Johnson takes his rightful spot. Looking to come home, Maekawa fouls the next pitch into the screen. 1-1 now to Jacob Maekawa, trying to bring home another Grays run to chip into this Dodgers lead.
You mentioned Maekawa, four-time state champion. I did want to ask, how many high schools are in Hawaii?
Not a lot of big ones, and that's the key to that, as Maekawa hits that one down the third base line past the glove of Rob Williams, and Will Johnson going to come around and score easily. And an RBI single for Jacob Maekawa, the four-time Hawaii state champ, puts this lead for the Dodgers only at 1, 3-2 the score.
So Bunzy having his issues with the top of the order for the Grays. And I'm not sure what Johnson was thinking there. That was a slow roller down the third baseline, and Williams had to come over and make a dive, but yet Johnson was still trying to get back to third. Like Williams was going to be able to throw him out at the plate at that point in time. It was like a 8-hopper down the line. He could have scored easily if he's off on contact there.
And now the most dangerous hitter in the Grays lineup, Lamar Briggs, takes the plate. First pitch from Bunzy, a breaking ball going to miss outside to the right-handed hitting Briggs. Going to be a senior at Jackson State University in Mississippi. Mentioned before, second in the Cal Ripken League in batting average, hitting .376 on the summer. 2 home runs and 22 RBIs. Briggs fouls that one back into the bleachers and misses the metal. Don't get that clanking sound you normally get on a foul ball behind you at Joe Cannon Stadium. Count 1-1. Briggs, a 2-year member of the DC Grays, played for them in 2016. Hit .274 last summer for the Grays. A vast improvement this year. As the pitch from Bunzy is in, another one outside for a ball. 2-1 to Briggs.
Yeah, Briggs has had a pretty good season against the Dodgers, too. In the 2 games they've played, he's 3 for 5, a double, 3 RBIs, and 2 walks.
2-1 pitch, Bunzy working out of the stretch. Maekawa on first, and another pitch is going to miss outside to Briggs. Now 3-1, a great hitter's count for a great hitter. Dodgers still maintaining a 1-run lead. For the runner on first base, Jacob Maekawa, just got the RBI single to drive home the second run of the game for the Grays. And now the pitch is going to be fouled back behind the catcher Colin Berg to knot things up at 3-2, a full count against Briggs. Bunzy takes a hold of the rosin bag, trying to get a key out, the first out of the inning for the Dodgers.
Yeah, it looks like one of those ones you get at the bowling alley, one of those little tiny ones. It's out there behind the pitching rubber.
I use the same thing when I play pool, ironically enough, that big. Full count now to Briggs. Bunzy looking over his shoulder at Maekawa. Time called.
And Maekawa over there trying to get in Bunzy's head as he's kind of getting a walking lead and taking a couple jab steps towards second base. So just trying to mess with Bunzy a little bit.
Now the 3-2, and that one's going to be bounced in the dirt. And another walk for Ryan Bunzy as Lamar Briggs takes his base. The second walk of the inning puts 2 on and no one out for the cleanup hitter, Harrison Freed.
Walks have been an issue for Bunzy this year, coming in 16 2/3 innings, 14 walks, 13 hits. So allowing runners to get on base has been something that Bunzy has done a whole bunch of, and it's continuing here as now we're already having a pitcher warm up for the Dodgers. It looks like Ed Lopez taking some throws down there in that left field bullpen.
And if you're the Baltimore Dodgers and pitching coach Ed Chestnut, you wonder how tight the leash is in this game, the first of a doubleheader. The Dodgers would like to pick up a pair of wins here. 2 wins and a loss to by the T-Bolts would secure a playoff spot if our math is correct. And Ryan Bunzy with some early struggles in this game, you wonder how quickly they're willing to go to their bullpen.
As you mentioned, getting the wins here is somewhat important because if you split here, there's still a way that you can split here and win, but that means you got to beat the Redbirds. And if you split here and you don't beat the Redbirds, you need a lot of help. And you got to rely on other teams to lose a handful of games for you to still get in. You don't really want to back your way into the playoffs.
And now the cleanup hitter, Harrison Freed, the rising sophomore for Butler, at the plate. He squares the bunt and drops it in front of the pitcher, Bunzy, who's going to field it, throw it over to first, gets it in time. So Harrison Freed, who's second in the league in home runs, has 7 home runs on the season, lays down a sacrifice bunt to advance the runners to second and third with 1 out.
Now batting second base.
Yeah, I guess it's unselfish, and to be honest, that's something that I would want to see more in Major League Baseball, that you never see the 3, 4, 5 hitters laying down bunts. But I don't know about this situation. First and second, nobody out in a 1-run game. Do you think you're not going to have any more chances to score? Is kind of the question. You want this to be a big inning. Your pitcher is not, setting the world on fire, so tying it up here, what's that going to do?
And now Darius Gillis going to take a crack at it, and he drives one high over the head of David Bellamy in right field. It's going to drop down at the warning track at the wall. So 2 runners are going to come around to score, and Darius Gillis, with the 2 RBI double here in the top of the 3rd inning, gives the DC Grays the 4-3 lead.
Yeah, and on that, they score anyway. If on a ball like that, so it doesn't really matter, the sacrifice bunt. You just basically gave up an out, and you have a guy that could have done that in his last at-bat as well. So now you've got that 1-run lead, and that's going to do it for Bunzy, as here comes Derek Brown.
Yep, the second meeting on the mound in this inning is going to end Bunzy's day. After giving up 4 runs through 2 1/3 innings, Derek Brown's going to take the ball out of Bunzy's hand into the game. We're going to have Ed Lopez. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the situation and the new pitcher. You're listening to Baltimore Dodgers Baseball. Stadium, still in the top of the 3rd. Ryan Bunzy's day is done on the mound. In for him will be the reliever Ed Lopez, going to try to get the last 2 outs of this inning. Lopez, a 2-year Dodger vet in this game, comes in down 4-3, still has a runner on second base, that being Darius Gillis, who had the 2 RBI double that gave the Grays the lead, and he finds himself in quite a situation.
Yeah, Ed Lopez on the season has been struggling, gives up a lot of hits, very similar to Bunzy. But you got to try something here as the Dodgers with the doubleheader on Tuesday and another doubleheader here today. There's only so many arms that you can use, and I know Josh Hedgka is supposed to be going on or tomorrow against the Redbirds. We'll see how much that even matters. If the Dodgers can win a pair here, you might want to hold him out for the potential first playoff game.
Now the first pitch from Ed Lopez to the first baseman Miles Jones is bounced in front of home plate. Not a good start for Lopez, and Jones in this game already has a single, hit that one between Coker and Ortiz down the left side. Looking to replicate that would probably bring Gillis home from second. And the next pitch from Lopez, another one going to bounce in front of the catcher Colin Berg. Now count 2-0.
So Lopez on the season has allowed 23 hits in his 17 and a third innings of work, just 12 strikeouts, 11 walks. So he doesn't walk a whole lot of guys, but he does pitch to contact, and sometimes if you're missing in the middle of the plate, that's not the best.
And now that pitch is going to miss low and outside for Lopez. So down in the count against his first batter, 3-0. Jones looking for something to hit, looking for something in the strike zone to begin his at-bat. And that one's going to miss inside, so a 4-pitch walk from Ed Lopez puts the second runner on for his stint on the mound and going to bring up the catcher, Evan Bear.
Not a good way to start things if you're Ed Lopez. And Evan Bear coming up to the plate. He struck out his last time, but we mentioned Lopez not a big strikeout guy. It's still just one away and runners at first and second.
Puts the force back in effect. Double play would get Lopez out of the inning, and that breaking ball to Bear crosses over the plate for a strike. Bear, another one of these guys from Old Dominion. His teammate Gillis standing on second base. Comes out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. As Lopez fires in the next pitch, and that one a fastball going to cross the plate for the second strike. 0-2. 0-2, excuse me.
Yeah, not a bad place to grow up, I'd imagine. Virginia Beach.
Definitely a spot where I think everyone would want to be today on this 98-degree day in Hanover, Maryland. Not a beach close enough for us at this moment. The 0-2, a breaking ball going to get the outside corner. A 3-pitch strikeout from Ed Lopez. A great way to rebound after that 4-pitch walk. How about a 3-pitch strikeout?
Yeah, apparently just needed one batter to find the strike zone, and Evan Bear decided he didn't feel like swinging today as he took 3 pitches in there for strikes.
His second strikeout of the game for Bear. Now the designated hitter, Jack Danini, on the right side to face Lopez with 2 out in the top of the third. Grays leading 4-3. First pitch is going to be fouled back into the screen by Danini. As we mentioned, the 2 RBI double from Darius Gillis gave the Grays the 1-run lead to begin this inning. Ryan Bunze surrendered that double. Afterwards, he was relieved of his pitching duties for the day. Ed Lopez now on the mound. Get one more out, get the Dodgers out of the inning and stop the bleeding. That breaking ball going to miss off the outside part of the plate for a ball count 1-1.
And Danini for the Grays this season has a home run against the Dodgers, a pinch hit walk-off home run against the Dodgers in D.C.
Lopez steps off the rubber, reassesses the situation, trying to get a key out in this game, get the Dodgers out of a rough inning. He now fires a breaking ball. It's going to miss high. Count now 2-1 to Danini. Lopez with 2 runners on, one of them not his. Gillis on second. He inherited, and Danini gives that one a ride out in the Bermuda Triangle. Joey Ortiz comes back and makes the catch, running, looking over his shoulder, and gets the Dodgers out of the inning. So soft contact by Danini out into center field between Jaron Shelby, David Bellamy, and Joey Ortiz. Ortiz is able to make the play, but not before the DC Grays get 2 runs in the top of the third and take a 4-3 lead. When we come back, the Dodgers going to try to get a couple back, so stay tuned. You're listening to Baltimore Dodgers Baseball. Bottom of the third at Joe Cannon Stadium. DC Grays currently have a 4-3 lead over the Baltimore Dodgers after a 3-run inning. RBI single from Jacob Mayakawa and a 2 RBI double from Darius Gillis for the Grays gave them the 4-3 lead and ended Ryan Bunzy's day. Just quickly, Bunzy went 2 1/3, gave up 4 runs, all earned, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, and was relieved by Ed Lopez, who got the last 2 outs of the top of the third. And now, for the Dodgers, they're going to send Brandon McElwain to the plate. Down to the count quickly, 0-2 is McElwain. Last time McElwain was up, he walked in the first. Drew a 3-2 count and was able to use his eye to get himself on first. He swings through that and fouls it back to keep the count at 0-2.
McElwain able to score from first base on the double by Jaron Shelby, using the speed he's got as the mobile D1 collegiate quarterback. Able to go all the way first to score.
McElwain hits that one hard to the first baseman, who flips it over to the pitcher, Dalkey, who makes the play. So a nice stop there from the first baseman, Jones. Flips it over to his pitcher, who fields his position before the athletic McElwain can get there to get the first out of the inning.
Now batting, center field from the State College, Florida, number 30, Jaron Shelby.
And that's going to bring up Jaron Shelby, who has all 3 RBIs for the Dodgers today. That double that hit into the left center field gap crushed that 380-foot fence out in the left center and brought all 3 base runners around. He takes the first pitch down in the dirt for a ball, 1-0 to Jaron Shelby. Shelby, the center fielder out of the State College of Florida, takes a strike on the outside corner. Now count 1-1. Teammates with Austin James, the Dodgers' everyday shortstop. Both of those guys young, looking to get their name established in the collegiate ranks. That one's going to miss. It appears low for a ball, 2-1.
And Jaron was originally committed to go to Kentucky, decided to go down to the State College of Florida, felt he had some better opportunity, maybe a chance to get drafted after he wasn't drafted coming out of high school.
He hits that one hard out into right field. Ranging back is the right fielder, who's able to make the catch. A nice play from Freed out in right field. It was another hard piece of contact from Jaron Shelby, his second hard piece of contact on the day. That one barely squeezes into the glove of the right fielder Freed for the second out of the inning.
Jaron Shelby once again getting a good piece. We've seen it over the last couple weeks. He's starting to see the baseball very well, hitting it very, very hard. Unfortunately, too close to the outfielder Freed there, about 5 or 6 feet to either side. He's probably got himself another extra base hit.
And now Rob Williams, the Dodgers' third baseman, stands in on the left side to face Dalkey, who throws the first pitch outside for a ball. Williams, another one who walked in the first inning, where the Dodgers picked up 3 runs in that first. Williams now fouls that one back out of play for the count to go to 1-1. Williams joined this team as a result of some rough circumstances for the Dodgers at third base. Key injuries to Zach Seal's shoulder, Taj Porter's broken right hand, and Paul DePino's torn meniscus have resulted in the Dodgers having to call up Rob Williams, who's playing in this game, has played in the last 3 for the Dodgers. This is his 4th. Takes a ball, now 2-1 the count. Swings through that pitch. Now the count is 2-2 with 2 out in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, this is one of those shutdown innings we talked about for the Dodgers. The Dodgers, really, you want to try and get on the board here if you can. I mean, obviously you want to do that anyway, but it's a big momentum, big thing for your momentum if you can answer back after giving up 3.
Williams protects on the 2-2 count, fouls that one back into the backstop to preserve his at-bat. Williams, as you mentioned, 2 hits so far for the Dodgers in his short stint. He's been excellent with the glove where the Dodgers have needed it most. He's only had 1 error, and it was a rough one that hit hard right into his hand. And that pitch from Dalkey is going to be a fastball that crosses over the plate. Williams can't catch up with it, and that's going to end the inning. So Dodgers can't get back any of the runs they surrendered in the top of the third. Williams goes down swinging, and when we come back, Ed Lopez is going to walk his way out there once again and try to hold off the Grays offense. So stay tuned. You're listening to Baltimore Dodgers Baseball. Ed Lopez back on the mound in the top of the fourth inning. Dodgers trailing 4-3 alongside Rob Stadnick. I'm Joey White, who will finish out the fourth and then toss it to Rob, who will take us the rest of the way. And Lopez, in his first batter of the inning, is going to face Cooper Mitchell, the left fielder in today's ball game, number 35, the junior from Florida Tech. First pitch from Lopez is going to miss high for a ball. Mitchell, as I mentioned, out of Florida Tech, teammates with one of the Dodgers pitchers, Eli Ginsberg. That pitch in for a strike. Ginsberg, of course, an aerospace engineering major, is going to work for NASA after the season's over. Mitchell with some different career aspirations. He wants to salvage and repair ships, after his collegiate career is over. That ball is going to be hit high into shallow right field. Joey Ortiz ranges back and makes the play for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, first thing I want to say is, do you feel you're a bad luck charm for the Dodgers? Because you actually get the fifth inning as well. So you got one more inning after this. Unless you really want to give it back to me because you are responsible for those last 3 runs that they gave up, since it's your fault. And Michael Parsons, another player for the D.C. Grays, on the connection with Florida Tech and Eli Ginsberg. His mother is an atmospheric scientist at NASA, somebody that Eli may have some contact with, as he pursues his career and continues his career.
Lopez sees the top of the lineup and faces Will Johnson. First pitch in for a strike. No, I do not think I'm a bad luck charm, Rob. Thank you very much.
It's 3-0 Grays since you took over.
I think that's a very small sample size. And if you're doing a data analysis, as Eli Ginsberg would tell you, 1/2 of an inning isn't going to be enough to make your case. 1-1 count to Will Johnson as we go off on that tangent, and he fires that one on the outside corner for a strike. Does Lopez. 1-2 now to Will Johnson, looking to pick up his first hit of the day. Has already reached base and scored twice in this game. And that pitch is going to miss. I don't know where, high or low. We can't necessarily tell elevation from our perch at Joe Cannon Stadium, sitting high above home plate. So now the count is 2-2. Lopez working quickly, and Johnson's going to hit a dribbler over to Joey Ortiz, who fires it to Shane Coker for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, finally getting Ortiz off the base paths. That's an improvement there, as Johnson had been on twice and scored twice. So to be able to keep him off the base paths is huge.
Baby steps for the Dodgers, trying to hold off the Grays offense for another inning and come back so they can produce offensively. This time, Jacob Mayakawa, the Hawaiian shortstop, is going to take the right-handed batter's box, facing the right-handed Lopez, and the first pitch is in for a strike. Mayakawa started off the scoring in the top of the third inning with an RBI single. He hits that one high. Hits a single, out into left center field. The second hit of the day for Mayakawa. As there's some defensive mishaps on the throw back into the infield. Mayakawa with his second single of the day. The first one was an RBI single, as I mentioned, that scored the first run of the top of the third. So he's now on, without talking about it too much, brings up Lamar Briggs, the 3-hole hitter for the Grays, who walked his last time up, struck out in the first inning.
Yeah, Lamar Briggs, the best hitter for the DC Grays, hasn't been too much of a threat here. He did walk the one time and score, but hasn't been able to put his bat on the ball. It's kind of like a sleeping giant, and you want to make sure he stays that way.
First pitch high to Lamar Briggs. Lopez working quickly out of the stretch, trying to get himself out of this heat. 98 degrees from Joe Cannon Stadium, and that one's going to miss high and inside to Briggs. Count 2-0. Score still 4-3 from Hanover, Maryland. Baltimore Dodgers and the DC Grays facing off in the first game of this doubleheader as he checks on Mayakawa. Didn't have a large lead. Mayakawa not a huge threat to steal. Only 4 stolen bases on the season. Colin Berg has had one opportunity to catch a base runner and had a tough time with that. That one hit up the middle by Briggs off the pitcher's mound and into center field. So the first hit of the day for Lamar Briggs is a single. Sends Jacob Mayakawa to second. 2 on and 2 out for the DC Grays.
And now 6 hits in three and a third innings for the DC Grays. So jumping all over this Dodger pitching here in the early going of Game 1. The Dodgers, they're going to need to start hitting with them if they want to keep things up. It looked good, 4 hits through the first 2, but didn't get on the hit column in the third. So hopefully the Dodgers bats can pick back up in the fourth after Lopez buckles down here and gets the last 2 outs.
Looking to add to that offensive firepower is the cleanup hitter Harrison Freed, playing in right today, who in the last inning laid down a sacrifice bunt to advance runners to second and third. Something we deemed as relatively controversial, noting that he's accumulated 7 home runs this season and 4 in one game as that pitch misses low from Ed Lopez, 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, that game back on Monday against the Braves actually helped the Dodgers move ahead of the Braves. He went 4 for 5 in that game with 6 RBIs and 4 home runs. So I think you'd have to say that's a career day for anybody.
It's a lifetime day for me if I even managed to get 1 home run when I was playing my Little League. That breaking ball in for a strike, 1-1 to Freed. Again, second in the Cal Ripken League with 7 home runs. Hitting .314 on the year, has 25 RBIs, 22 strikeouts. He hits that one high into foul territory. Rob Williams and Colin Berg go out, and Berg has to jump and reach over his head to make the play, but does so and gets the Dodgers out of the inning. So the Grays get 2 on a pair of singles from Mayakawa and Briggs, but strand both of them, and the game is still scored at 4-3. When we come back, the Baltimore Dodgers will try to bring back the offense and tie or take a lead in this game. Stay tuned. You're listening to Baltimore Dodgers Baseball. Halfway through this ball game now between the Baltimore Dodgers and the DC Grays. Begin the bottom of the fourth inning. Score 4-3. Grays have the one-run lead in this 7-inning ball game. Game one of a doubleheader on a hot Thursday in Hanover, Maryland.
Can't wait for that sun to go down. And, I mean, we got AC up here, so it's not too horrible. But it's still a little warm in here. It's 90-something degrees outside, so the AC is not working that great with the windows open.
Colin Berg takes his first strike from Matt Dalkey. And the second one will miss outside for a ball. That one a fastball. Yeah, definitely the hottest day that I've seen in Maryland so far since we've been here. And same is true of the bats early in this game for both teams. Dodgers put up 3 runs in the bottom of the first. Grays got 1 in the top, and then in the top of the third, Grays got 3 more, and now they have the lead 4-3. 2-1 the count now to Colin Berg, the catcher, who hits one hard out into left center field. That one's going to get down into the gap, and a 2-base hit for Colin Berg as that one's thrown quickly into Jacob Mayakawa, the shortstop. Another hard piece of contact for the Dodgers today, and that's what they needed to begin the inning. A runner on second and no one out.
Yeah, finding that left center field gap again, and the Dodgers with runner in scoring position. And now here's do you bunt Nick Ortega? Nick Ortega not Freed, of course. Not Harrison Freed. One of the has a lower batting average, not as much power. So this might be a perfect opportunity for the Dodgers to bunt and try and tie things up, and try and play for a 3-inning ball game, as it were.
Third baseman Briggs and first baseman Jones in and charging on the first pitch as Ortega does square around to bunt. That one in for a strike.
Yeah, not the best pitch to bunt there, as you want to try and get this bunt down the third baseline to allow Ortega to get over to third base.
First baseman Jones deep in on the grass, expecting the bunt as Ortega pulls back again. Count now 1-1 to Ortega.
Yeah, that's taking your life into your own hands right there, because just a little pullback and a slap back at you. And, well, you'll be needing some dental surgery. So you got to be careful. I mean, we've seen Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs kind of perfect that. He's almost in the circle around home plate by the time the pitcher is trying to bunt. But this is not a pitcher. This is still a position player.
One more time, Jones all the way, and Ortega squares the bunt, and he hits that one down the first base line. Not a good job from Ortega laying that one down foul. Now the count is 1-2, and Ortega's more than likely not going to bunt after that.
You know, it's actually a good thing that he bunted that foul, because that would have not gotten the job done, because he bunted that right at the first baseman, who was no more than 10 feet away.
So now Jones takes a few steps back, still in front of the bag at first. Third baseman Lamar Briggs even with it at third. Count 1-2. A wide open hole as Ortega hits that one to the shortstop, Jacob Mayakawa. Runner advances to third, but Ortega is out at first. With 1 out, Colin Berg got the double and then on the ground ball advanced to third.
Yeah, still productive at bat there for Nick Ortega as Joey Ortiz stands in. Any ball hit on the ground the other way would have gotten him there, and any ball hit behind the runner. Good job of base running there by Colin Berg. As you're taught at second base, if the ball's hit back behind you towards the second base bag, you take off for third. If it's hit in front of you, you stand pat.
And now Joey Ortiz, the leadoff man for the Dodgers, during the season, played in every game that the Dodgers have had that he's been there for. He's been traveling for some showcases, playing the All-Star game, and a wild pitch is going to score Colin Berg and knot this game up. So Matt Dalkey gets wild against Ortiz. The catcher, Evan Baird, not able to get to that pitch in the dirt, and all of a sudden we have a tie ball game. Score 4-4.
Yeah, that getting the runner over there, even swinging the bat, was huge, as Nick Ortega able to get that ball far enough up the middle to advance the runner, and a wild pitch there. That's why getting a runner at third base is so important, even with 2 outs. Wild pitches happen, and even more so in the Cal Ripken League.
Count now 1-1, and that pitch will miss low for a ball. 2-1 to Ortiz, who did no work to get him home besides stand in the batter's box.
And I'm sure he would have liked to pick up that RBI and get up there against James.
He hits that one hard out into the left center field gap once again, and out of the reach of the left fielder, Mitchell, and Ortiz is going to go around to second. He's going to charge hard for a third with his speed. He's going to make it slide in, and Joey Ortiz, the speedster on the base paths, hits one hard into that same left center field gap for a triple.
Yeah, it looked like Mitchell had a little bit of trouble with that. He wasn't moving very quickly. He's got decent speed out there, but he just kind of looked like he was in quicksand. That ball hung up in the air a good long time, and that's kind of what helped Ortiz get all the way to third. Obviously, with good speed, his second triple now on the season. But the ball was up in the air a long time, and I thought Mitchell was going to have a chance to get underneath of that and make the catch.
Once again, runner on third for the Baltimore Dodgers with one out. Now David Bellamy, Joey Ortiz's New Mexico State teammate, stands in on the left side to face Dalkey. No action for the Grays in their bullpen. They're going to let Dalkey work his way out of that one. That one's going to be chopped over the head of Dalkey. The second baseman is going to be unable to throw out Ortiz, and then throws two, not in time to get the speedy David Bellamy. So spent too much time checking at the runner coming home, and as he fires over to the first baseman, Jones is unable to get the out. So now the Dodgers have a 5-4 lead.
That's poor situational baseball by the second baseman, Gillis. High chopper up the middle with good speed over third base. There's no chance you're going to get Joey Ortiz at the plate. There's no reason to even look at him at the plate. Surrender the run, as they were playing back anyway. They weren't even in on the grass. They were playing back. No reason to even look at third base. Took too long and couldn't throw the runner out at first.
So a defensive miscue from the Grays gives the Dodgers the 5-4 lead. Austin James steps in and swings through that pitch. Foul tips it for the count to go to 0-1. Bellamy stands off first base. Not a sizable lead. 8 for 8 on stolen base attempts this season. He extends his span as James hits that one hard to Jacob Mayakawa. Unable to get a hold of that one. Not going to get Bellamy, but does get Austin James at first, who was not running too hard to the bag. So a bit of a bobble off the hand of Jacob Mayakawa. Does not turn the double play, but does get the runner at first. So Bellamy's going to be at second, and Shane Coker is going to enter the batter's box for the Dodgers.
Yeah, Mayakawa trying to make that quick flip, not able to get a good grip on the baseball, and decided to go to first base. Now, that was smart on his part. If he tries to go to second there, you probably don't get Bellamy, and you may end up not getting anybody. So decides to eat the throw to second and just go across the diamond to first base to get the batter. And they do have 2 away with Shane Coker at the plate.
Coker takes a strike in the first pitch he sees in this at-bat. Already has a single on the day, came around to score as well on the Jaron Shelby 3 RBI triple in the first. Dodgers have taken the lead in this inning. A wild pitch brought home one, and David Bellamy brought home the other on an infield hit. Count now 1-1 to Shane Coker. Coker, the first baseman out of Creighton, joined this team about halfway through the season. Has been a big help offensively. As Matt Dalkey steps off the mound to check on Bellamy leading off second. Dalkey not out of the woods yet. A single into the outfield more than likely brings home Bellamy, who's toying with Dalkey. That pitch is going to miss low for a ball. 2-1 the count now with 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth.
Shane Coker with 10 runs batted in 22 games for the Dodgers this season. So a little less than 1 every 2 games, so certainly knows how to come up big. As you mentioned, a nice addition offensively.
A returner from last year's Baltimore Dodgers team. He just took a little bit longer to get here this year, and he hits that one out into center field. It's going to drop in front of Johnson, and there's going to be a play at the plate. David Bellamy comes in for the slide, and the catcher is unable to get the ball. He has no idea where it is, and he's going to be safe. So the catcher, Evan Bear, can't locate the ball on the throw home from Johnson. Bellamy slides in safe, and another RBI for this Baltimore Dodgers team, this time from Shane Coker, gives the Dodgers a 2-run lead.
Yeah, the throw home there, it would have been interesting if the catcher Bear is able to hold on to the baseball. Unfortunately, he wasn't, and Bellamy coming in to score easily, but I'm not 100% sure he would have been out if he held the baseball, but it would have been much closer, obviously,
and Brandon
than it was.
Brandon McElwain hits that one out in the left field, and unable to figure out where it is the left fielder Mitchell, who sees it drop in front of him, and McElwain reaches base, and Shane Coker comes home running all the way with 2 outs, and another Dodger scores. So some more trouble in the outfield for Mitchell on the day gives the Dodgers another run.
Now you gotta credit a hit there, but that's not good outfield play by Mitchell there. He just looked extremely unsure of where he was going, of where that ball was. He just did not look comfortable on that. Like he didn't know he was supposed to come catch the baseball.
Jaron Shelby up to bat, takes the first strike from Dalkey. The Grays still have no one warming, so Dalkey's out there on his own to get the last out. Brandon McElwain slight lead off first base, and Soak, the nickname for Jaron Shelby, he hits that one hard in the gap between the third baseman and the shortstop Jacob Mayakawa for another hit, this time a single. Halfway to the cycle, just has the hard part to go. Jaron Shelby puts 2 on and 2 out.
Yeah, good piece of hitting there by Shelby, just continuing things for the Dodgers.
Third baseman from Chihuahua.
As he gets a base hit to left field, hits it hard through the hole on the left side. And now we're going to see a pitcher heading down to start warming up. And it looks like David Mervis is going to be throwing for the DC Grays.
Mervis heads out to get warmed up. Dalkey still fighting to get out of the inning as Rob Williams, the Dodgers' third baseman, takes the left side of the plate. The Dodgers are going to bat around at least in this inning. So the offense has come back alive. It's been helped by some miscues for the Grays defensively, and that pitch from Dalkey's going to miss for a ball 1-1. But a lead is a lead. The Dodgers will take it. They have a 3-run lead right now, 7-4 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Dodgers put up 4 runs so far. Looking to make it 5 is Williams, who will go for his first RBI in Dodger blue this summer. He fouls that one back. Put the count at 1-2. As Colin Berg, wearing some of his catching gear as he prepares to either take base or take behind the mound, depending on what Rob Williams does with his at-bat. Fields that ball, flips it back into the Dodger dugout. Count 1-2, Dalkey fires a breaking ball that gets the inside corner. A nice pitch from Dalkey that Rob Williams wasn't a fan of the call. Either way, it gets the Grays out of the inning, but not before the Dodgers strike in major fashion. 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th gives them the 7-4 lead. So when we come back, Ed Lopez takes the mound for the Dodgers for another inning of work. Grays want to respond and get those runs back. Stay tuned. You're listening to Baltimore Dodgers Baseball. White alongside Rob Stadnick to begin the top of the 5th inning. Baltimore Dodgers have taken a 7-4 lead after 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Give Ed Lopez, the Dodgers pitcher, a 3-run cushion. He will be facing off against the right-handed hitting Darius Gillis, who last time up had a 2 RBI double. First pitch to Gillis is a fastball for a strike. Lopez doing his job so far. Gave up a hit. Other than that, it's been pretty solid for the Dodgers. Misses that one outside for a ball. Gillis, the senior out of Old Dominion, already done some damage to the Dodgers pitching staff. That one misses low and outside for a ball. This will be his 34th game for the Dodgers this summer. Hitting .238, 13 RBIs. Added 2 more with that double earlier, and he hits that one hard right to Shane Coker, a liner that barely makes him move for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, Shane Coker right there to make the play as the line drive right to him. Gillis was kind of a big culprit in that inning as he decided to try and check on Joey Ortiz and not getting that throw over to first base in time to get Bellamy, so it allowed another runner to reach base who ended up coming around to score.
And now Miles Jones, the first baseman for the Grays, takes the left side. First pitch to him is going to be a ball high. Jones last time walked before that in the 2nd inning, reached on a single. Trying to get the Grays back in it offensively. He hits that one high into right center field. David Bellamy and Jaron Shelby come in on it. Bellamy makes the catch for the easy 2nd out.
Yeah, almost a miscommunication out there is a high fly ball out into right center field. Just missing that was Jones, and you saw Shelby and Bellamy converging on the same location. Bellamy ends up taking control and making the catch for out number 2.
And now Ed Lopez is going to get a strike against the catcher Evan Bear. Bear 0 for 2 on the day, has seen a pair of strikeouts, one swinging, one looking. 0-1 to him. It's going to be grounded back up the middle. Lopez tries to get a handout. Austin James and Joey Ortiz unable to make the play in center. Bear gets the first base, holds off wisely as Ortiz gets the ball in the outfield and throws it back into Austin James for a single with 2 outs.
The designated hitter from Patrick Henry Community College.
Lopez there reaching with the bare hand. Never want to do that. He didn't get a hand on it, luckily for him and luckily for the Dodgers, as the ball gets past him out into center field. I thought one of the middle infielders might have had a chance at it, but chances are they probably don't throw the runner out anyway.
And now Jack Danini, the designated hitter, at the plate for the Grays. Tries to check his swing, unable to do so. First pitch in for Lopez, a strike. 1 on, 2 out in the top of the 5th. Dodgers with a 7-4 lead. Danini out of Patrick Henry Community College. Next pitch to him, a breaking ball in the inside corner for a strike. Patrick Henry, an old American hero with a very famous quote that he often doesn't get credit for. That would be, "Give me liberty or give me death." Next pitch to Danini, hit down towards the Dodger dugout. As I mentioned, Patrick Henry said that oftentimes is misquoted by other people. He also gets his own community college, so I think he gets the last laugh. The first governor of Virginia as well. Don't ask me why I know so much about Patrick Henry. 0-2 to Danini. He's going to miss high. A fastball from Lopez puts the count at 1-2.
Someone paid too much attention in history class.
Great Americans Day project in 5th grade. I was Patrick Henry.
You were Patrick Henry.
I had to dress up like Patrick Henry.
All right. Well, that explains it.
I
You
said
don't ask, and I didn't ask. I just made a comment. You offered the information.
The equivalent, but Ed Lopez gets a breaking ball in the outside corner to Danini, who chooses death on that one. He sits down His third time sitting down on the game, 0 for 3, and Ed Lopez, after giving up a single, works his way out of the inning. Dodgers still have the lead 7-4. When we come back, I promise you Rob Stadnick's going to take you the rest of the way. So stay tuned. Just kidding. I'm going to give you the last inning. I must really want to leave for some reason. I don't know.
You want to get ready for that second game, I guess.
I just want the Dodgers to pull out this win sooner rather than later, so I'll get the bottom half. So you're listening to Baltimore Dodgers baseball. And that's going to send David Mervis out to the mound for the DC Grays. Some quick housekeeping notes. Matt Dahlke went 4 innings, 7 runs. Only 3 of those were earned. Had 5 strikeouts, 2 walks. And now David Mervis, the sophomore out of Palm Beach State College, will face off against Colin Berg, the Baltimore Dodgers catcher. Mervis has played in 5 games for the Grays this summer. He's 0-1 in 10 2/3 innings pitched, 4.21 ERA, 12 strikeouts, and close to equating that with 10 walks. Excuse me.
Yeah, he's a big dude, too. 6'5", 220 out there on the mound. That is not a fun sight to see. That
fastball runs down on the hitters as Colin Berg notices with the first pitch strike on the outside corner. Working quickly, that one a high fastball. Count now 1-1 to Berg.
And one of those problems being so tall, sometimes you will miss up high like that.
A pitch now in for a strike, 1-2 to Colin Berg, who last time started off the inning with a double out in the left center field. He eventually came home on a wild pitch that tied up the ball game. Then the Dodgers got 3 more runs, score now 7-4. Another pitch misses upstairs from Mervis, 2-2 to Berg. Another one misses high, as Rob mentioned, unable to finish low on that, puts the count at 3-2.
Yeah, Mervis with a high delivery, kind of over the top, not really a 3/4 thrower, so you got to try and get on top of that baseball when you come from up top there.
3-2 count, and that one is going to miss high as well. So, full count walk for Colin Berg as he takes off his shin protector and walks down to first base for the first batter of the inning. Nice patience from Berg as he draws the 6-pitch walk, and now Nick Ortega will take the batter's box, trying to bring Berg around and increase that Dodger lead. First pitch misses inside to Ortega for a ball. Ortega 0 for 2 on the day, struck out looking in the second, then grounded out to the shortstop in the 4th inning. Foul tipped that one into the catcher's mitt of Evan Bear. Count now 0-2, but that ground out he had in the 4th inning was productive moved another runner over to third. So we could have a score in this ball game. That pitch misses now for a ball. Count actually 2-1 to Nick Ortega. Mervis slowing down, working out of that stretch, and Ortega hits a high one out into right field. Charging in is Freed, who makes the play to get the first out of the inning. Colin Berg makes his way back to first.
Yeah, David Mervis in high school had a lot of accolades that a lot of the guys here in the Cal Ripken League do. He's a two-time All-Conference winner, but he also had his senior season cut short, had an elbow injury. So obviously working his way out of that. He redshirted his 2016 season, only had one appearance this year at VCU. One inning, and he allowed a hit. So he's trying to work his way back from injury and, just trying to get back in the swing of things. He's going to go ahead to Palm Beach State next year and continue to work.
Down in sunny Florida with weather that you could deem comparable to what we see today. Good experience for Mervis on the mound. Joey Ortiz at the plate takes a strike. Count 1-1 to Ortiz, who contributed in that busy fourth inning for the Dodgers. Had a triple that went all the way to the left center field fence. Berg taking a lead off of first. And Ortiz hits another one out in the left field. It's going to drop down in front of Mitchell, who fires it back into the shortstop Mayakawa. So a single for Joey Ortiz puts runners on first and second. His second hit of the day.
Yeah, he got that one a little bit off the end of the bat, so it didn't get all the way out to Mitchell. Again, Mitchell maybe not so sure of himself out there, out in left, and didn't feel comfortable coming in and charging that baseball.
Has never looked eased out there in left field, has Mitchell, and now the catcher Evan Bear talks to his newly introduced reliever David Mervis, who finds himself with 2 on and 1 out. And David Bellamy at the plate. Last time Bellamy was up, had an RBI single that drove in his New Mexico State Aggie teammate Joey Ortiz. Before that, had another single in the second. Going for his third hit, the first pitch is in for a strike from Mervis, a fastball right down the heart of the plate.
Bellamy's been productive the last couple of days, scored all 3 runs for the Dodgers yesterday in Game 2.
0-1 to Bellamy with Berg on second and Joey Ortiz on first. He checks his swings, gets a piece of it as it dribbles down toward the on-deck hitter, Austin James. Down in the count, 0-2 is Bellamy. 1 out now in the bottom of the 5th. The Baltimore Dodgers have a 7-4 lead in the 7-inning game, the first of 2 that will be played from Joe Cannon Stadium.
And Dodgers just 6 outs away from collecting this victory here. So it looks like Ed Lopez is going to be coming out for the 6th. We'll see if he can go the rest of the way.
The 0-2 is fouled off by David Bellamy down the left field line and out of play towards the parking lot. Nice job of protecting by Bellamy as they do it again. 0-2 count with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th, excuse me. Ortiz with a bigger lead than Berg off second, the catcher. That one will be bounced in the dirt in front of Evan Bear, who gets his glove underneath it and hits it out in front of him with his chest protector, puts the count at 1-2.
A good job there by Bear. You don't want to let those runners get into scoring position and take that double play possibility away from you.
1-2 now to David Bellamy. Another one bounced in the dirt in front of home plate by Mervis. Bear scoops it up off the ground. 2-2 now after getting ahead of Bellamy.
And Bear goes back to the rosin bag. That makes no sense to me. The rosin bag is for when your hands are slippery and wet. Obviously, he's holding on to the baseball too long and spiking fastballs, so you don't want that right now. You probably should be like wetting your hands or something.
Checking back on Berg at second. Bellamy hits that one over the head of the second baseman, Gillis, and Colin Berg's going to come all the way around the score. It actually gets back in towards the warning track, and David Bellamy's up at second. He's going to make his way over to third. There's going to be a play at third, and unable to make it is the third baseman, Briggs, and David Bellamy stands at third base with a triple that brings home 2 more runners for the Baltimore Dodgers, continuing his hot streak.
Yeah, David Bellamy just putting up numbers right here in the second half of this season. Scored 3 runs yesterday. He's already scored 2 runs today. He's on third base with just 1 away. And Austin James coming to the plate. Another couple RBIs there. That's 3 RBIs today. So I think New Mexico State is going to be very happy with the work put in by Joey Ortiz and David Bellamy this summer.
I would say so. It would be hard to not be satisfied with the work they've done in the Cal Ripken League, as Austin James, the shortstop, sits in with David Bellamy on third and just 1 out. Contact into the outfield would more than likely bring home the speedy Bellamy. James hitting in the 3 spot. Has been moved around the lineup a little bit. He fouls that one off down first base and moves in toward the DC Grays bullpen. No one out there, so first base coach for the Baltimore Dodgers, Juan Waters, has to trot on out and pick that one up. 1-1 to Austin James. 1 out. 2 runs already scored in this inning. That fastball is going to miss outside for a ball. 2-1. James, one of these 2 State College of Florida players looking to someday get drafted out of a great school for that type of thing. Another pitch misses high and outside. 3-1. In this past summer's MLB draft, in the 2017 MLB draft, 4 State College of Florida players were drafted. 3-1 to James. Good hitter's count. He swings and hits that one hard down towards the Dodger bullpen. Alex Wolanski unable to make the catch. 5 holes, and John Sikowski ends up with the ball.
And I just noticed Ed Chestnut coaching third for the Dodgers right now, not Derek Brown.
Maybe taking turns to get out of the hot sun in Hanover, Maryland. I would do the same. So 3-2 count to Austin James, and that pitch is going to miss high from Mervis and walk James. Second walk of the inning for Mervis.
Yeah, on the MLB draft topic, a little disappointed we don't get to see Darren Baker in today's game. And I didn't get a chance to actually talk to any of the Grays coaches as to why he's no longer with the team. I couldn't find anything online because I saw last night he only played in 5 games with the Grays this summer. He was drafted by his dad's organization, his father, Dusty Baker.
Shane Coker hits that one hard out into center field, gets over the head of Johnson, and Shane Coker is going to bring home 1 more run as Austin James doesn't move hard towards third base. So there's going to be a play at the plate, and Evan Bear is not going to be able to come up with it. So James with some slow base running out towards third, and he rounds home. He ends up safe in a very weird fashion, but the runs keep coming in for the Baltimore Dodgers. 2 RBIs for Shane Coker, stands on second.
Yeah, it's his 3rd RBI of the day. He's got 3 hits, 3 for 4 on the day. He's scored a pair of runs. Bellamy again with 3 runs scored coming in there. And Austin James scoring the first run of the game, or his first run of the game.
And now Brandon McElwain will sit in for the Baltimore Dodgers with another runner in scoring position. Mervis gets the first pitch over for a strike. 0-1, 1 out. Dodgers have already gotten 4 in the bottom of the 5th, extending their lead to 7. Ed Lopez more than likely going to come out for the Dodgers in the 6th with such a large cushion. And that pitch is going to hit the outside corner for a strike. 0-2 to McElwain.
So I got to give a bit of props to our spotter as well as our public address announcer here. We don't always get to see what's going on in every aspect of the game. Maybe not being as familiar, Ed Chestnut coaching third base.
That one fisted towards the first baseman who flips it over to Mervis. to get Brandon McElwain out, but that will advance Shane Coker to third.
I was saying Ed Chestnut maybe not as familiar with the runners over at third base as Derek Brown is. Austin James originally being held at third base. That's why he was so slow coming to the plate. So it wasn't him kind of lollygagging or anything like that. He was originally being held by Ed Chestnut over at third before eventually being sent.
Nice work from Billy Goheen, being an additional set of eyes for us up in the press box. Runner on third now, Jaron Shelby at the plate. First pitch from Mervis to Soak is going to be high for a ball.
I want to get back to Darren Baker, son of Nationals manager Dusty Baker. Was drafted this year by the Nationals. Couldn't find anything on there. He was drafted in the 27th round.
Jaron Shelby hits that one out into right field. Settling underneath it is Freed, who makes the catch. So the Dodgers get 4 more runs in this inning as Rob Stadnick. Any other things to talk about quickly with Baker?
Yeah, just real quick. We didn't talk to any of the Grays staff or players or anything like that, and it was a little disappointing. You'd like to see him, but he's only played in 5 games this year, so he stopped playing around the time he got drafted. So chances are he probably signed his contract to play. I haven't gotten confirmation. I couldn't find anything online to confirm that. But that's most likely what happened because that's when he stopped playing. So a little disappointing you don't get to see the son of a major league manager. Actually got to talk to Dusty Baker a little bit at the airport, but that's a conversation for another day as we head to the 6th inning.
So Rob Stadnick is going to take you the rest of the way, at which point I will give you some flack for calling me a bad luck charm. So stay tuned. You're listening to Baltimore Dodgers Baseball.
Rob Stadnick back with you, bringing you the play-by-play alongside Joey White, who will be providing the color commentary and chirping in my ear about how he's not a bad luck charm because the Dodgers score 8 runs over his last 2 innings of play-by-play. And let's hope that I'm not a bad luck charm as Ed Lopez will come out for his third full inning of work, and he's going to face off against Cooper Mitchell to lead things off, and he delivers a fastball that misses up. 1 ball and no strike to the 9th-place hitter for the DC Grays. And another fastball high. And 2 balls and no strikes to Cooper Mitchell.
I just needed to acknowledge that I wasn't the bad luck charm. We can all move on, Rob. It's no big deal, so don't worry about it too much. Maybe after the game.
Got to call 8 runs over a 2-inning stretch. I think he needs a bit of water. It's probably mouth a little bit dry. And not the way you want to start after you get a huge lead here is Lopez missing again. 3 balls and no strikes to the 9th-place hitter, Mitchell, from Florida Tech. And Mitchell with the green light swings and misses. The pitch was a strike anyway. But, again, and you come up, you get a 3-0, and you need base runners at this point, trailing by 7. And another swing and a miss, so Lopez finding that strike zone now and works his way back full. Mitchell 0 for 2, struck out looking back in the 2nd and popped out to the second baseman Joey Ortiz in the 4th. As Lopez winds and delivers the 3-2 and a swing and a miss. And way to come back, Ed Lopez, as Mitchell decided, well, I'm tired of just taking pitches. I'm going to swing at the next 3.
Yeah, Mitchell continues his abysmal strikeout stretch. That'll be his 2nd of the day. But still, don't count out the DC Grays. They're going to have a couple more opportunities to score, and they've scored in bunches against the Dodgers this season, most recently really thumping the Dodgers in a game where they won by double digits.
The Dodgers trying to return the favor here as they lead this one by a score of 11-4. And a check swing here. Did he go? Yes, he did. As the ruling by the first base umpire. And Johnson down in the count. No balls and a strike. Ed Lopez, the only Dodger pitcher today, well, there's only been two, to retire Johnson. As Johnson walked each of his first 2 times at the plate, stole a base both times. The chopper up the middle. Ortiz there, his quick hands, and the throw to first is in time to get the out. So 2 ground ball outs to second for Will Johnson against Eddie Lopez. And there's quickly 2 away here in the 6th inning.
Smooth operator out at second base is Joey Ortiz, who continues to make great plays with the glove as he's done all season, showing you why he's been probably the Dodgers' most important player this summer.
As Jacob Maekawa stands in, I actually talked to Juan Waters when they were talking about not having any third baseman. I think this was before Rob Williams came in. And Ortiz has played some third base at New Mexico State as a fastball is going to miss up high. And I postulated, is there anybody that we have that can move to and play second? Thinking back, we really have no other infielders at this point in time. As a fastball in there for a strike, evens the count at a ball and a strike, and move Ortiz to third. But he basically just said, well, you don't want to take that glove out of the middle of the infield, and you have a strong, very strong middle infield. So you'd basically be weakening 2 positions. Well, you'd be strengthening third base, but probably Joey Ortiz at third base is not as strong as Joey Ortiz at second base, plus second base with a double play combination a little bit more important. As far as the defensive aspect, as a line drive base hit into right field. That's 3 consecutive hits for Jacob Maekawa. As Lamar Briggs will stand in. Briggs 1 for 2 today. Scored a run after he walked in the 3rd. Got his first hit back in the 4th against Ed Lopez. And now Lopez working out of the stretch and will deliver a fastball right down the middle to Briggs. That would have been a good pitch to jump on. We saw early in the game a lot of guys swinging at the first pitch. Apparently they've given up that philosophy, and they're going to start working the pitchers a little bit more. Lopez comes set and delivers the 0-1. That's an off-speed pitch and hard line drive into center field there as Lopez hangs that. As Maekawa took a wide turn around second base, and he's going to hold up right there as Shelby throws in behind him. And runners at first and second with 2 away, and the very dangerous Harrison Freed coming to the plate.
Yeah, we'll see what Harrison Freed can do this time. He's so far on the game had a single in the 1st inning. Sacrifice bunted in the 3rd, which was one of the more interesting calls that the Grays have made in this game, and then actually popped up to the catcher behind him in the 4th.
Yeah, we mentioned at the time, what are you playing for there, bunting your best hitter in a 2-run ball game, or a 1-run ball game at the time. You put the go-ahead run out at second base, but it was only the 3rd inning at that point in time. And you end up scoring the run, which is great, and you get the lead. The line drive out into right center field, and that's going to get down for a base hit, and it's going to score at least 1. And rounding third base is Lamar Briggs. He's going to come in to score. Going to third is Freed, and the throw to third is not in time to get the out. Very close play there. I think if we had replay, the Dodgers would get that call, but a 2-run triple for Harrison Freed, and the score is now 11-6.
Nice piece of hitting there. Went opposite way with it. Didn't try to pull, as some home run hitters may do, and he hits that one out all the way toward the warning track. And not the most speed from Freed on the base paths, but enough to end him up at third base.
So we'll see if we get some action down in the Dodger bullpen now, as looks like Ed Chestnut walking down there. If you're the Dodgers, you want Ed Lopez to finish this game. You still have a 5-run lead. You have 4 outs to get. You gotta hope that your pitcher can do this. You don't want to throw too many pitchers because you got 2 games tonight. As the first delivery to Gillis is going to miss. Gillis' last time hit a line drive out to the first baseman, Shane Coker. The 1-0 is fouled back. And the problem with Lopez, doesn't have overpowering stuff, and he doesn't have the pinpoint accuracy that you want for somebody that doesn't have the overpowering stuff. He's not as good at working the corner, so he misses over the middle of the plate and he throws a lot of strikes, which is great. Except sometimes with these really good hitters, it's hard to get them out. High chopper towards short. Austin James is going to have to hurry. The throw to first is in time. Great play by Austin James. Very difficult play as the high chopper. He had to quickly transfer from the glove to the hand and make a strong throw. He does so. So the Dodgers get out of it. They do allow a pair of runs. They lead this one 11-6 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning, and the Dodgers hoping to add on. This is Baltimore Dodgers baseball. All right, Rob Stadnick back with Joey White to bring you the bottom of the 6th inning, and the Baltimore Dodgers trying to add on to their 5-run lead, 11-6 currently the score. As Rob Williams will lead things off for the Dodgers, a pair of strikeouts and a walk so far today for the Dodger third baseman. And we've got delay here. Not sure why. There's a helmet over on the Grays side of the field, just kind of sitting out. I don't know if that's what the delay is about. Here comes a Grays player that just grabs a glove and goes to right field. That's Harrison Freed. Where was he? Did he have to use the potty? We'll speculate that that was maybe what happened. I don't know why he came over from like the Dodgers dugout area. Not really sure what happened there, but Harrison Freed now onto the field, and I guess we're ready for play now.
Tried to switch teams, tried to pick up a contract. Maybe he can play a little bit of third base.
Could be. I mean, Dodgers could certainly use a little bit of power. However, I bet those 7 home runs would be significantly fewer if he played his home games here at Joe Cannon. As Williams stands in and takes a fastball up high. This has got to be the biggest field in the league.
No question. I mean, we've seen some relatively small ones while we've been here. We played over in Johns Hopkins, and that thing felt like a bang box, a boom box. Just anything would be able to be hit out there, any pop-up.
Yeah, so the Dodgers may go from being one of the lower home run hitting teams to the biggest if they get what they want, and that's to possibly be able to have Johns Hopkins as their home field next year. It's a 2-0 pitch is swung on and missed by Williams.
It's a beautiful ballpark out there at Johns Hopkins, all turf field except for the mound, so it's easy to keep up with. Games be able to start on time. It would be a nice change of pace here at Joe Cannon Stadium.
True. I mean, in years past they started watering the field as the 2-1 pitch missing up high, and that takes a little bit extra time, and it almost seems like it really doesn't make any sort of a difference as the field is just dust again shortly thereafter. As a pop-up behind home plate, and right there is Bear to make the catch. Williams retired on the pop-up to the catcher. And that'll bring Colin Berg to the plate. I was just looking down the Dodger bullpen, and looks like Brandon Hicks is warming right now. He pitched on Tuesday and got the win, but he's throwing to Eli Ginsberg, so that's usually a sign that he's not actually warming up. The first pitch to Berg is going to miss. Usually if they're throwing to the bullpen catcher, that's them warming up, but they're just kind of throwing when they throw to the other pitchers. The 1-0 is going to miss up high. Colin Berg doubled to begin the fourth, and then he walked to begin the fifth. He came around to score both times. He waits the 2-0, and a fastball had to move his legs out of there or else he was going to get drilled with that one. Now he's ahead in the count, 3 balls and no strikes. Berg awaits the 3-0, and here it comes. And that's going to miss up high, 4-pitch walk. Berg again reaching base via the walk, and that'll bring Nick Ortega to the plate.
Yeah, Berg in this game showing the power and showing the patience. Had a double to start off the 4th inning where the Dodgers batted around and scored 4 runs. Took a walk in the 5th inning as well, came around for the 2nd run that he scored in the game. And then another walk here is going to bring up Nick Ortega.
Nick Ortega fouling back the first delivery he sees. And he goes down the count, no balls and 1 strike. Runner at first base, Colin Berg, he walked with 1 away. Dodgers holding an 11-6 lead. It is a hitter's paradise. This is going to be a little looping base hit out into right field for Nick Ortega. And the ball just checks up there. Nice little wedge shot by Ortega. Drops it within 3 feet of the hole, putting for birdie. As now he has a base hit. Now, just looking quickly here, just one player on the Baltimore Dodgers without a hit in today's game with that hit from Nick Ortega. That player, Rob Williams. It's Joey Ortiz standing in. He's had himself a day. Triple, driving in a run in the 4th, a single in the 5th, scored twice, 2 for 4. Takes a fastball in the outside corner here. It's his 5th at bat in 6 innings. We actually had one last year. Can't remember the game, but the leadoff hitter, Jake Bernstein for the Dodgers, had a pop-up here in the infield. It's going to be an infield fly. This first baseman, Jones, there to make the catch for out number 2. I was going to say we had one. I think he had 6 consecutive innings with an at-bat. It was, they were hitting that game for sure. As David Bellamy will come to the plate, and it's been a nice day for the Aggies from New Mexico State. David Bellamy now comes in 3 for 4, and I would argue that he probably should be 4 for 4. As an error was charged on his first hit. I thought it should have been an infield hit because the play would have been very close at first base. But he scored 3 times. He has a triple and a pair of singles. So we'll see if he can deliver Berg out at second base. The way the Dodgers have pitched in late innings this season, any insurance runs would be fantastic as a fastball is going to miss up to Bellamy. And he's ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes.
And the way Bellamy's been playing in the second half of this summer, Joey Ortiz was already an everyday player for the Aggies. Bellamy saw some action, but if I'm any of the Aggies coaches, I'm thinking about sitting him pretty in right field for a whole spring.
And 2-0 pitch is going to miss up high, and yeah, that could be a pretty good 1-2 punch for the Aggies, just like we have here. Batting them 1-2 in the lineup, that would be kind of good, and I think New Mexico State would do very well to have that top of the order. Fastball in there for a strike. Now, the one thing I do wonder is maybe you flip them. Instead of Ortiz batting first, maybe you have Ortiz batting second. Just give him maybe a few more RBI opportunities with Bellamy in front of him. It's just a thought, just because Ortiz a little bit better hitter. Fastball in there for a strike. You can probably even bat Ortiz third with Bellamy second, and if you have a better leadoff option. 3-2 pitch. That's going to miss outside with the runners moving, and the bases will be loaded with 2 away for Austin James.
the shortstop from the State College of
So
Florida,
Austin James,
number 12,
the Dodger
James.
RBI leader on the season, coming in. Still holds the lead over Ortiz, who was inched closer with an RBI here in the game. James takes a fastball that'll miss the outside corner, slowing down on the RBI totals here over his last 15 games or so. Still sitting at 26, but has a few right there. Leads the team in home runs. Grand slam would be nice. The fastball missing up high. He's in the count, 2 balls and no strikes.
And he's been the only Baltimore Dodger we've seen hit one out from Joe Cannon Stadium.
A hard line drive over the head of Colin Berg there. Speaking of Colin Berg, actually the other Dodger to hit one out here at Joe Cannon. Was in a game, can't remember who it was against, but he actually answered a solo home run in the top half of the inning with a home run. So we have seen 2 here. And a hard line drive snagged by the third baseman, Briggs. Great play by Lamar Briggs. And a tip of the hat by Colin Berg as Briggs comes jogging in off the field. And the Dodgers strand the bases loaded thanks to a fantastic play by Lamar Briggs. And that's going to do it as Austin James not too happy as he slaps the hat and glove out of the hand of Joey Ortiz, bringing it up. But that's going to do it for the Dodgers in the 6th. We're going to head to the top of the 7th inning. Looks like Ed Lopez is going to come out to try and finish things off. And Dodgers holding an 11-6 lead. We'll see if he can get the last 3 outs. This is Baltimore Dodgers baseball. Rob Stadnick back alongside Joey White as we're here for the top of the 7th inning. The Baltimore Dodgers holding a 5-run lead. Ed Lopez out to try and close things out and finish off this ball game, as he would stand to get the victory here in the game and try and finish off his own game. There's a bit of confusion for the Dodgers. Now a ball coming in from the Dodger bullpen. Brandon Hicks now throwing to Wolansky. He started coming in from the bullpen. This is part of the reason why I was a little confused. He started coming in from the left field bullpen after the Dodgers were retired. And Derek Brown sent him back to the bullpen and didn't look particularly happy. I'm not really sure what happened, but he was not happy, and Ed Lopez comes out to finish things off as he delivers to Jones. It misses outside. And now Derek sends his catcher out to talk to his pitcher. I'm not really sure what's going on right now. There's some sort of tension going on in a game where you're leading by 5. And I don't know if it's maybe not attention to detail or certain players not being ready. And now here comes Derek Brown after one pitch to get Ed Lopez. So this is a very weird situation, and it looks like Brandon Hicks will be coming into the game. I say he's coming to get Ed Lopez, but, I mean, Colin Berg isn't even coming out. And Brandon Hicks coming in now, and Berg still standing behind home plate. This is a very unusual situation, but we'll be back. We'll talk about Brandon Hicks And what he's facing here is he comes in with a 1-0 count against Miles Jones when we get back. This is Baltimore Dodgers baseball. Okay, back here at Joe Cannon Stadium, I'm Rob Stanek and Joey White, and he's next to me, and we don't know what the hell's going on as Ed Lopez back out on the mound. It's just confused. I don't know.
You had no idea what happened there. Ed Lopez came out, threw one pitch. Collenberg, his catcher, came up, said a few words to him. He had no idea what he was doing. His hands were up in the air. He leaves the mound. Derek Brown comes back up, gets Lopez out of there. Ryan Bunzy comes out. Not Ryan Bunzy, sorry. The guy they call Beef would be
Brandon Hicks.
Brandon Hicks, excuse me, not Ryan Bunzy. Brandon Hicks comes out, tries to play, and then he leaves, and then Ed Lopez comes back out.
Yeah, the umpires had a long conversation with Derek Brown about, I guess, what was going on. I mean, I'm not really sure because there was an issue with. It looked like Hicks was ready to come out to start the inning, but then they sent him back, and then Lopez came out and threw one pitch, and now his second pitch is in there for a strike. This was a very weird inning. And then I tried to radio down to the dugout, and they basically said the umpires were saying he has to pitch to the batter. But if my recollection is correct, he only has to throw one pitch to the batter. It's a ground ball up the middle. Austin James up with it, and he'll throw to first to retire Jones.
There was a big shift on Jones there. Third baseman Rob Williams was in the shortstop spot. James pretty much playing right behind the bag. And now Derek Brown comes out one more time. I think he's really going to try to get someone else in there. Hopefully Brandon Hicks.
And now on his way to get his pitcher, the home plate umpire has some words for him, and he's got some words back. And the home plate umpire says, go get your pitcher. And that's what he's going to do. Guess who's coming in? Do you know who's coming in?
I would hope it's Brandon Hicks.
I think it's Brandon Hicks. Here comes Brandon Hicks.
I hope he stays there. That's the bigger thing right now.
We'll find out. And I don't think Derek's going to be around for very long. I think we might see an ejection for the first time in 2017. But we'll let you know when we get back as Hicks throws some warm-up pitches here. Okay? We're going to be back in a minute. All right, Rob Stadnick at Joe Cannon Stadium next to Joey White and Brandon Hicks officially on the mound, I believe, as he enters the game, throws his warm-up pitches, and it looks like a batter's going to come in to face him.
Yeah, about time. Brandon Hicks out of Riverside Community College in California. Normally when you're out in California and you make the trip over to the East Coast, you fly. You know, makes a lot of sense. Brandon Hicks took the scenic route, literally drove 4 days in his car, just stopped to sleep at hotels and made his way over to Maryland, and he's been on the staff now all summer.
Beef don't fly.
I
First
like it.
delivery to Evan Bear, misses up high for a strike. I think that's a good slogan.
That's the first Baltimore Dodgers t-shirt we're going to sell here at Joe Cannon Stadium. Beef don't fly.
As the 1-0 hit high into the air out in the right center field. Bellamy going back, and making the catch on the run while going back. And out number 2, Brandon Hicks comes in and gets the first out against the first batter he sees, and he's going to face off against Jack Danini.
So, yeah, Brandon Hicks enters the game to get the final 2 outs. Not exactly sure how we got to this point where he was only getting 2 instead of 3, but either way, Dodgers trying to close out a 5-run victory.
Yeah, a bit of a circus going on. We're really unsure as to what was said, and obviously Derek Brown not particularly happy, but he'll be happy if they can close it out here. Fly ball out in the center field. This should do it. Jaron Shelby looks like he's tracked it, and he has. That's going to do it. Brandon Hicks comes in to quickly get the final 2 outs of the inning. Much ado about nothing. The Baltimore Dodgers win this one by a score of 11-6. We'll be back shortly with a quick wrap-up right before, we get ready to start Game 2. Baltimore Dodgers win 11-6, and we'll give you some particulars when we come back. This is Baltimore Dodgers Baseball. Stadnick back with you here at Joe Cannon Stadium after the Baltimore Dodgers emerge victorious against the DC Grays. No, that's not the right graphic. Let me get you the right graphic up here in just a second. Baltimore Dodgers increase their record to 17-21, helping solidify themselves a little bit further into that playoff territory. We'll have to do some math here quickly as the other games just now starting to get underway. But the Baltimore Dodgers get the victory by a score of 11-6, and a bit of an interesting game in all manner of speaking.
Yeah, I think the highlight of it was the bats just offensively were firing on all cylinders. Played 6.5 innings and scored a total of 17 runs in the game. 11 of those coming on the Dodgers side. Key people to highlight for them would be, start off with David Bellamy, who put up a 2 RBI triple in the 5th and had a single in the 4th, continuing his hot streak. His partner Joey Ortiz, a triple and a single in his own right. So they're having a lot of production. Only one guy on the Dodgers did not pick up a hit today, and that would be Rob Williams, the third baseman newly acquired for the Dodgers. So an offensive onslaught, really, and Ryan Bunce got the start for the Dodgers. Didn't go very long. Ed Lopez came in, had 4 solid innings where he ends up picking up the win, and Brandon Hicks in a very weird and awkward spot gets the last 2 outs, but a win is a win no matter how ugly it may be towards the back part.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the win for Ed Lopez. Matt Dalkey gets the loss. Nobody will pick up the save in this game as it ended up being essentially a blowout. Baltimore Dodgers with 17 wins on the season, the most wins in Dodger history. Actually, 16 was the most. 17 is now the new top. And as we said, they gain a half game on everybody. So now they're a half game ahead of the River Dogs, full game ahead of the Braves, 1.5 ahead of the T-Bolts. The Grays officially eliminated from postseason play with that loss. So we'll see what happens in Game 2 and the other games around the league. Like we said, a win in Game 2, a T-Bolts loss should lock it up for the Baltimore Dodgers. A win plus a loss by the T-Bolts and the Braves 100% locks it up. That's the only thing that I'm not sure of as far as tiebreakers go. So if they can win Game 2, they've got a really, really good shot of making the postseason for the first time in their history. One last time, final score for Game 1, 11-6, the Baltimore Dodgers over the DC Grays. For Joey White, Connor Newcomb, Billy Goheen, and all the rest of the Baltimore Dodgers staff, we thank you for listening to Game 1. Stay tuned as Game 2 will be starting in about 25 minutes.
Testing one, testing two. Testing one, testing two.
And welcome back into Baltimore Dodger baseball. Connor Newcomb alongside Joey White here with you for Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Baltimore Dodgers and the DC Grays. The Dodgers taking Game 1 of this double dip by a score of 11-6. Dodgers going to 17-21 on the season, taking over the first wild card spot in the Cal Ripken League. The Grays with the loss falling to 13-25, and the loss officially eliminating the DC Grays from playoff contention. And for the Dodgers, it's going to be the right-hander Connor Grove who will take the mound. Grove this season, well, he hasn't been so great on the hill for the Dodgers. He'll be making his third start, a 5.19 ERA for the right-hander. And he'll get this shot at this DC Grays lineup. And the leadoff batter for the Grays, just as he did leading off Game 1 for DC, will be the outfielder playing center field, Will Johnson, who hits from the right side. Connor Grove into his wind, and we're ready to go here in Game 2. First pitch fastball misses inside, and that's going to be ball one. Grove into the wind again. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses off the inside corner, and the count's now 2-0. It is 7:42, first pitch here for Game 2 of this doubleheader. Exactly 3 hours after the first pitch of Game 1. 2-0 fastball right there for strike one to Johnson. We're here at Joe Cannon Stadium in Hanover, Maryland for Game 2 of this doubleheader. Game 39 of 40 for the Dodgers this season. 2-1 pitch bunted foul down the third baseline, and the count evens up 2-2. Hasn't really cooled off much here at the Joe. 92 degrees first pitch temperature between the Dodgers and the Grays. As I said, the Grays eliminated from playoff contention. The Dodgers now sitting alone atop the wild card standings, a half game ahead of the Loudoun River Dogs, who sit in that number 2 spot. Grove into the wind, the 2-2, misses inside, and the count goes full. Behind the River Dogs are the Herndon Braves, who are a game back of the Dodgers and a half game back of Loudoun, and then the Thunderbolts, who are a game and a half back of the Dodgers. Payoff pitch, grounded on a couple hops, big chopper to Austin James, leaps to get it, throw to first in time, and there's one away here in the first. Rest of those wild card standings, the Rockville Express and the DC Grays both eliminated because of the Dodgers' win over the Grays in Game 1 of this doubleheader. So the Grays really don't have anything more to play for except for the individual stats, which can be important in these summer leagues. College coaches sometimes look at these stats to maybe see who's going to get a better standing come fall practice time. And the number 2 hitter is Jacob Miyakawa, the shortstop for the DC Grays. First pitch to him is a fastball that catches the inside corner. That's in there for strike 1.
Yeah, Miyakawa, a big day in the first game, 3 for 4 with 3 singles.
0-1 pitch, little breaking ball in there on the outside part of the plate, and the count's 0-2. Around the outfield for the Dodgers, Brian Tago in left field, taking over for Nick Ortega, who played in Game 1, and then Jaron Shelby in center, and David Bellamy in right. 0-2 pitch, fouled straight back. We'll do it again. Around the infield, you got Rob Williams, the newest Dodger this week, still over there at the hot corner, and as it always has been, Austin James and Joey Ortiz up the middle, and Shane Coker over there at first. Behind the plate, catching Connor Grove, is Alex Wilansky. Another 0-2, breaking ball misses just off the inside corner for ball 1. Wilansky stepping in for Colin Berg, who caught Game 1 and caught 3 different Dodger pitchers. Grove into his wind, the 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Grove gets the strikeout with a little breaking piece, and there's 2 down.
Yeah, nice job from Grove during that at-bat. Really tried to establish the inside part of that plate against Miyakawa. Finished him off with a breaking ball. Got Miyakawa to chase for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, back in Game 1, starting it was Ryan Bunsey. But he didn't last very long, just into the 3rd inning, gave up 4 runs. Edwin Lopez came in and kind of mopped that thing up in the 3rd, then cruised along. First pitch here from Connor Grove to the right-handed hitting Lamar Briggs is in on the inside corner for strike 1. Lopez pitched it all the way to the 7th when Brandon Hicks came in and got the final 2 outs of the game. Grove into his wind, 0-1. That's popped into center field. Shelby coming in on it a couple of steps. He calls everybody off and makes the catch. So a nice start for Connor Grove. A 1-2-3 first inning. We head to the bottom half here at Joe Cannon Stadium. Dodgers and Grays tied at 0. You're listening to Baltimore Dodger Baseball. Connor Newcomb back here alongside Joey White in the bottom of the first inning. Here in Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Baltimore Dodgers and the DC Grays. Connor Grove, the Dodgers starter on the day, setting down the Grays 1-2-3. Back in the top of the first inning. And now Joey Ortiz will be the one to lead it off for the Baltimore Dodgers here in the bottom of the first. 2 games left in the Dodgers season. This game here, Game 2 with the Grays, and then tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, a regular 9-inning affair with the Baltimore Redbirds. First pitch fastball right down the middle. And, well, never mind. Thought it was right down the middle. Apparently a little high to Joey Ortiz, and it misses for ball 1. And the 1-0 is grounded up the middle. Second baseman over to it, and he can't make the play into center field. A leadoff base hit for Joey Ortiz. Ortiz really been the hottest hitter in this Dodger lineup, and he continues it right there with a leadoff single. So David Bellamy up to the plate for the Dodgers, who a pretty incredible Game 1. Drove in 3 runs, went 3 for 4 at the plate and also drew a walk. So on base 4 times for the Dodgers, back in that 11-6 victory. Coming set is the starting pitcher James Beasley, who's on the mound for Game 2 for the Grays. First pitch breaking ball, misses up high for a ball to David Bellamy. Beasley on the season making his 5th start for the Grays. One of those has been a complete game, and he's pitched 20 1/3 innings so far this summer. 1-0 fastball, that catches the outside corner for strike 1. Beasley's allowed 25 hits and 19 runs, but only 8 of them have been earned so far this year. He struck out 17 and walked 9. The ERA at 3.54 for the Grays righty. He's set, and the 1-1 fastball misses off the corner for ball 2. Around the outfield for the Grays, it's Danini in left field, Johnson in center, and Freed in right. Around the infield, Briggs at third, Gillis at second, Jones at first, and Mayakawa at shortstop. Throw over to first is not in time to try and get Joey Ortiz. Behind the plate is Evan Baer, and he's catching the starting pitcher, James Beasley. Now set, and time called at the plate. It's going to be no pitch, and the count will stay 2-1. A win here could be huge for the Dodgers' playoff chances, as Joey and Rob talked about, I'm sure, a lot back in Game 1. 2-1 fastball misses low, counts now 3-1. A victory over the Grays here in Game 2 would put the Dodgers at 18-21 on the season and all but guarantee that at least the second wild card spot in the Cal Ripken League. It would take a lot of work from the other teams to keep them out. 3-1 fouled back, and the count goes full.
That and a combination of a SS Tacoma Thunderbolts loss in today's game where they're squared up against, I believe, the Big Train would really lead to the Baltimore Dodgers locking up at least one of the 2 wild card spots.
So Beasley set, peering in. Joey Ortiz off first. Payoff pitch fouled straight back, and will do it again. Grays starter James Beasley out of Hofstra University. This spring was a freshman there, but is a native of Haymarket, Virginia. Payoff pitch as the runner goes, popped up by Bellamy into the infield. Ortiz retreats back towards first base, and the catch is made by Mayakawa out at shortstop for out number 1. So Bellamy retired, and that'll get Austin James up to the plate. Talking about Beasley, he made 9 appearances out of the bullpen for Hofstra this spring, but all 5 of his appearances for the Grays this summer have been starts. In those 9 appearances at Hofstra, he pitched 11 1/3 innings, and his ERA was up at 6.35. He allowed 11 hits and 9 runs, 8 of them earned. Beasley set, first pitch to James is a fastball that just misses off the outside corner for ball 1. Beasley struck out 6 but walked 7 in his first college season, gave up 1 home run, and opposing hitters hit .268. Ortiz goes, that ball is lined towards right field, going over as the right fielder, making a sliding catch is Freed, and Ortiz is way off the bag. The easy out will be recorded back at first base as Freed tosses it into Jones, and a double play is turned by the Grays. That thing will go 9-3 on the double play, and it will end the inning. Both teams go scoreless here in the first. We head to the second here at Joe Cannon Stadium. Dodgers and Grays tied at 0. You're listening to Baltimore Dodger Baseball. Connor Newcomb back here alongside Joey White for the top of the second inning here at Joe Cannon Stadium. Dodgers get a leadoff single from Joey Ortiz back in the first, but he's doubled off to end the inning, and the teams go scoreless in the first. The right-handed hitter at the plate is Harrison Freed, who started that double play with a sliding catch in right field. First pitch from Grove, good breaking ball, swings right through it as it tails away from the righty. 4 strike, number 1. Grove making his 7th appearance. He's pitched 17 and a third innings coming into this game, allowed 17 hits, struck out 16, and walked 13. 0-1, swing and a miss again by Freed, and the count goes 0-2.
Yeah, Grove didn't see much action through the first half of the season. He was playing his majority of his games at first base until the welcome addition of Shane Coker, where he was able to take his rightful spot in the bullpen.
0-2, swing and a miss on another breaking ball, and 3 pitches for the strikeout. Connor Grove as he sets down Freed to start the second inning.
Now batting, second baseman from Old Dominion.
Second K of the day so far by Connor Grove as he's sent down the first 4 batters he's faced. Now Darius Gillis will step to the plate, the second baseman hitting from the right side. First pitch fastball misses up and in. That's going to be ball 1. Gillis will be a senior this upcoming spring at Old Dominion University. 1-0 to him is a fastball that just misses the inside corner for ball 2. Gillis, a native of Chesterfield, Virginia. In 18 games during his junior season at Old Dominion, he hit just .211. 2-0 pitch, that's a fastball right there on the inside part for strike 1. He had just 4 hits in those 18 games, had a double, scored a run, and drove in a run, walked 3 times and struck out 6. That pitch again right down the middle for strike 2 to even the count. Gillis in those 18 games mostly used as a pinch runner or a defensive replacement in the infield. 2-2 delivery, fisted down the third baseline. Williams going over, but it rolls foul as the count stays 2-2. Gillis this season has been used as pretty much a utility player for the Grays, playing almost every position. He's hit .238 in 33 games. Left the yard once and has 13 RBI.
It's funny that you talk about that. Checking on the DC Grays website, looking at the roster, they have them set up as catcher, infielder, outfielder. They had a special column for Gillis marked Other.
Grove into his wind. Here's the 2-2. Fastball grounded on a couple hops towards third. Williams up with it. Throw to first is picked out by Coker, and there's 2 away. Connor Grove cruising along here, 5 up, 5 down to start game 2 of this doubleheader.
Now batting, first baseman from Eastern Kentucky University, number 24, Miles Jones.
So Miles Jones steps in. He'll hit from the left side, the first baseman. Showing a lot of power at the plate. Had a single back in game 1 that he knocked right into the ground. First pitch trying to bunt as the Dodgers have the shift on, but he pops it into the Baltimore dugout. Took a pitch on the outside corner back in game 1 and rolled over on it, hit the ball straight into the ground, but had enough power to bounce it into right field past Joey Ortiz. Williams playing over towards shortstop in the shift here. Third base line is open. 0-1, swing and a miss. Good changeup there from Grove, and the count goes to 0-2. So they'll let him try and lay down that bunt if he wants. Now Williams will go back all the way into where Austin James would usually be playing, back on the outfield grass, while Austin James pretty much straight up the middle behind second. 0-2 fastball outside, and the count's now 1-2. However, on the first base side of the diamond, Ortiz and Coker pretty much straight up, so the shift more about what he does, what Jones does when he hits it to the left side. Grove into his wind, the 1-2. Line foul back behind the Dodger dugout. Connor Grove, as Joey talked about, spent almost the first half of the season, maybe the first third, as the starting first baseman for the Dodgers until Shane Coker arrived. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Connor Grove gets his third strikeout in just 2 innings and sets the Grays down again, 1-2-3, here in the second. We head to the bottom half here at Joe Cannon Stadium. 0-0. You're listening to Baltimore Dodger Baseball. Connor Newcomb back with you alongside Joey White here in the bottom of the second inning. Dodgers and Grays still tied at 0. Game 2 of this doubleheader. Dodgers taking Game 1 by a score of 11-6, improving them to 17-21 on the season. Shane Coker in the box for the Dodgers, first time today, as they got a leadoff single off the bat of Joey Ortiz. That started the game in the first, but he ended up Ortiz didn't line into that double play, but the number 3 hitter Austin James did so to end the inning. First pitch to Coker, little changeup, catches the outside corner. That's going to be strike 1. Coker, we talked about, took over at first base for the Dodgers. Took over Connor Grove's spot, let him kind of transition into a pitcher, and now he's starting game 38. Ball's fisted off the hands out towards shortstop. Up with it quickly is the shortstop Mayakawa, and throws on to first for the out. So Coker's retired and 1 away here in the second.
Now batting, center fielder from the State College of Florida, number 30, Jaron Shelby.
So Jaron Shelby to the plate. He got the scoring going back in the bottom of the first inning in Game 1 with the bases loaded and 2 outs. He stepped to the plate. It was a 3 RBI double, gave the Dodgers a 3-1 lead. First pitch to him off the end of the bat. That's going to float into right field and get down for a base hit. So the second time today that Shelby has gotten a hit in his first plate appearance. He's on first with 1 out. The second hit of the day for the Dodgers here in Game 2.
And that is his his third hit on the day in 5 at-bats. The other one, a fly out to right field. And then another time he lined out into the same spot. But he's hitting the ball with a ton of power, a lot of pop in the bat. So he's starting to see the ball better as we head towards the home stretch of the regular season.
So Zach Seal, the designated hitter here in Game 2, is at the plate from the right side. First pitch to him, fastball misses up high from Beasley for ball 1. Seal did not play back in Game 1. He's pretty much been used as an all-time DH. Him and Brandon McElwain kind of dealing with a little bit of an injury bug, so both of them, when they play, it's as a designated hitter. That pitch fouled off, and the count evens up 1-1. So McElwain got the start at DH in Game 1. He was in the 5 hole. Now Seal gets the start. He's in the 6 hole. Seals really struggled at the plate this season since joining the team after Wake Forest was eliminated from the NCAA tournament. Seal hitting just 109 coming into this game as a throw over to get Shelby is not in time. Seals Wake Forest Demon Deacons hosted a regional. Hosted my Maryland Terrapins and Joey's West Virginia Mountaineers along with the local UMBC Retrievers. Is another throw over to get Shelby, and he got him at first base. Beasley caught Shelby leaning, and he picks him off for the second out.
Yeah, as well as Shelby's been doing at the plate, that's the second time in the last couple of days where he's made some base running errors. Got to keep yourself alert on the base paths, especially when you have the opportunity with a steal to advance yourself into scoring position. All of a sudden, Zach Seal takes the plate 1-1 count without the opportunity to bring home a run except for himself.
Now the 1-1 to Seal is in the dirt and couldn't be picked out by Bear. It doesn't really matter with Shelby off base, and the count's now 2-1. As I was saying about the Demon Deacons, won that regional at home, did not lose a game, and advanced to the Super Regional where they went down to Gainesville to take on the Florida Gators. 2-1 pitch, misses outside, and the count's now 3-1. Wake Forest would lose game 1, but then get a walk-off homer in extra innings of game 2 to keep that 3-game series alive. However, the Gators would take game 3 to advance to the College World Series. 3-1 is fouled off, and the count goes full. However, not a terrible ending for Wake Forest. They won a game in Gainesville in the Super Regionals, and, well, the Florida Gators went on to win the College World Series, NCAA champions. So if you're going to go out of the tournament, you want to go out to the eventual champs. That's what the Demon Deacons did. Payoff pitch fouled off over the Grays dugout, and the count stays full. So Zach Seal, more of a bench player for Wake Forest, kind of sitting behind Gavin Sheets. He's a big power hitter for the Demon Deacons, but was taken in the draft this season. Sheets, the son of Larry Sheets, former Baltimore Oriole, who is now the head coach of the Baltimore Redbirds. Payoff pitch in the dirt, ball 4, and Seal will take his base. Next up is, I'll still call him the new Dodger. He showed up this week. It's Rob Williams, who will hit from the left side. And Rob was kind of thrown into the fire when he showed up. Came to Hanover, and they said, you're getting the starting third baseman job, and he hasn't given it up. Played every inning at third since arriving with the team.
Well, that's what happens when all 3 of your third basemen end up with some injuries.
First pitch to Williams. He flies it out towards center field. Coming over is Johnson towards left center and settles under it, makes the catch. So a single and a walk in the inning for the Dodgers, but Jaron Shelby is picked off to kind of stunt any kind of rally, and the Dodgers go scoreless. We head to the third here at Joe Cannon Stadium. You're listening to Baltimore Dodger Baseball. Connor Newcomb back here alongside Joey White. So we're here in the top of the third inning at Joe Cannon Stadium. The Dodgers and the Grays are scoreless. 2 hits for the Dodgers, none for the Grays, who have been set down 6 up, 6 down by the starting pitcher Connor Grove. Grove out of the wind, first pitch fastball. That just misses the outside corner, and that's ball 1. Batter for the Grays is the catcher Evan Bear. 1-0 to him is a fastball that catches the inside corner, and that's in there for a strike. Bear behind the plate, another player for this Grays team out of Old Dominion. He'll be a sophomore there next spring. 1-1 pitch misses inside, counts now 2-1. Barrett Old Dominion, a native of Virginia Beach, Virginia. Played in just 2 games in his freshman season with ODU. Went 1 for 2 with an RBI. Breaking pitch just misses the corner, and the count's now 3-1. That one hit was an RBI double in a midweek game of victory over VMI. His only other at-bat came against Rutgers. 3-1 fastball blew it right by him, and the count goes full. Bear, kind of a good story for ODU. Came onto the team as a freshman as just their bullpen catcher, but ended up appearing in 2 games. Payoff pitch from Grove. Grounded foul down the third baseline. We'll do it again. Now, Bear this summer obviously seen more time than a regular bullpen catcher. This is the 19th game he's appearing in for the Grays. Another 3-2. That's in the dirt for ball 4, and that's the first base runner off of Connor Grove. It's a walk to start the 3rd inning. So Jack Danini, the left fielder from the right side, will come to the plate for the Grays, and he's got a runner on base, and for the first time today, Connor Grove will work out of the stretch. Danini last spring a freshman at Patrick Henry Community College. First pitch fastball poured down the middle for strike 1. Danini this summer appearing in just his 9th game for the Grays here. And is hitting just 176 coming into the day in 17 at-bats. 0-1 breaking ball lined into left field. That's a base hit and the first hit for the Grays. Bear looking for third but holds up at second, and DC has the first 2 runners on here in the 3rd inning.
And that one was roped over the head of Rob Williams, the third baseman, out into left field. A hard piece of contact. And after Connor Grove did a great job retiring the first 6 batters in a row, he sees 2 batters on with no one out.
Number 35, Cooper Mitchell.
So Cooper Mitchell steps in, something you don't see too often, the designated hitter hitting 9th in the order. But that's what's going on here with the DC Grays. He'll come up with 2 on and nobody out. Grays showed that they would lay down a sacrifice bunt back in game 1. Let's see if they'll possibly do it here with the 9-hole hitter at the plate. He does square, but pulls back as the fastball misses outside for ball 1.
And Alex Wolanski popped up out of his crouch, looking to fire back to first base, as Danini was a considerable distance away from the bag, and no one there to cover first. Shane Coker was getting ready to play the field.
Yeah, Mitchell hitting just 171 coming into today. So obviously not a huge threat for a base hit, but we'll see if the Grays again put the bunt sign on with the count 1-0. Connor Grove, the pitcher for the Dodgers. 6 up, 6 down through 2, but has allowed the first 2 base runners in the 3rd. Squares the bunt, but that one didn't look too pretty as it's fouled straight towards the Grays dugout, and not very good form there from Mitchell as the count evens up at 1. Got to get the bat head out in front of the ball. He had the bat head aimed towards the dugout, and of course that's why the ball went there. Now Grove set right around the belt, and the 1-1. Squares again. He pops it up down the first base line. That's over the head of Coker, but it rolls foul. So almost getting a lucky base hit out of it was Mitchell, but it rolled foul at the last second before coming in contact with first base. And the count goes to 1-2, so we'll see if the Grays have the bunt still on with 2 strikes.
More than likely will not be the case, and it continues a rough day for Mitchell at the plate, who in the first game went 0 for 3, struck out twice, once looking, once swinging, and also popped up to the second baseman in that same game.
I'm sure Grove would like him to still try and lay down that bunt because he hasn't looked too comfortable so far. Grove set, does not square. 1-2 is grounded softly towards third base. Williams up with it, on to second. They get 1. That's the only out they'll get, but a little bit of a better outcome for the Dodgers instead of second and third with 1 out, which it would have been on a perfectly executed sacrifice bunt. It's now runners on the corners with 1 away, and the double play still in order as the lineup flips over.
Center fielder from Eastern Kentucky University, number 5, Will Johnson.
So Will Johnson back to the plate, grounded out to shortstop to start this game back in the 1st. As Grove comes set with the runners on the corners. Infield at double play depth. First pitch misses inside for ball 1. Coker holding the runner, of course, over at first, but Williams a couple steps behind the bag, and Double play depth up the middle for James and Ortiz makes me think that any infielder will be trying to turn this double play with runners on the corners. Grove set, third base side of the rubber, and the 1-0. Fastball there at the knees for strike one. Grove out of Judson University. Came in as a two-way player. Really done a lot for the Dodgers this season. Came in as a first baseman, then went to the bullpen. And then he moved out into the starting rotation and then had to come back in and play some third base that last week when the Dodgers losing all three third basemen to injury. They did not yet have Rob Williams on the roster. So in game 2 of a doubleheader with the Bethesda Big Train down at Shirley Povich Field last Wednesday, Grove played about 5 innings at the hot corner. Now he's set and the 1-1. Breaking ball got there at the knees. Good pitch from Grove, and the count's now 1-2. Told me he had experimented there a little bit his freshman year at Judson, but not too many live game innings, and said he hasn't played third base since high school. A little shaky over there, first couple ground balls, but doing a serviceable job until Williams joined the team. Grove set and the 1-2. Fastball misses way inside. The count evens up at 2.
I'm sure he's thankful for Rob Williams, who so far in his young Dodger career has done a good job at first. Only has accumulated 1 error, which has been the problem for Dodgers third baseman, racking up a lot of defensive mistakes.
Now Grove set, peering in, looking for the strikeout. 2-2. That's in the dirt. Good block from Wolansky. Keeps the runners where they are, but the count will go full. Grove this season at Judson, used as a two-way player, more of a hitter than a pitcher, but he did make 5 appearances out of the bullpen for Judson in 4 2/3 innings, ERA. Not something he wants to look back on. 9.64, allowed 9 hits in just under 5 innings, gave up 5 earned runs, struck out 7, and walked 5. He'll be a senior this upcoming fall at Judson. Grove set at the belt. Checks first base quickly, and the payoff pitch. Fastball just misses the outside corner. Connor Grove not pleased with that call, but the bases are now loaded on the walk to Will Johnson.
A difficult situation for Grove the first time he's experienced any heat on the mound. 6 up, 6 down through the first 2 innings, and now the bases are loaded with just 1 out. A double play would save Grove and get the Dodgers out of the inning.
So Jacob Mayakawa at the plate. He struck out swinging his first at-bat. Grove will work out of the windup. Corners in for the Dodgers. First pitch breaking ball whiffed right through it. Way out on the front foot was Mayakawa for strike 1. Williams just about even with the third base bag. Maybe a step in front. Coker a couple steps in front of the first base bag. But James and Ortiz playing double play depth up the middle. Grove into his wind and the 0-1. Another breaking ball just misses the inside corner. Maybe a touch low as well. And the count evens up at 1. Obviously, Grove, as you said, would love the double play to any of his infielders. Could turn it up the middle or could come home from the corners or back to the mound. 1-1 delivery, breaking ball grounded foul, just foul down the third baseline. And the count's 1-2. Couple feet away from extra bases and possibly 3 runs for the Grays there, but instead it's just a strike and Grove's ahead in the count. Shoulders almost square to home plate as Connor Grove is into his wind. 1-2 fastball comes up around the head. The batter Mayakawa, but he gets out of the way and the count evens up at 2.
Tried to put a little bit of extra gas on that 1-2 pitch, blow it by Mayakawa. Instead, didn't finish it, ended up high and inside. Wolansky goes over to Mayakawa, checks on him, makes sure that he's not too shaken up by that one.
Grove still looking for the big strikeout. Or even better, a ground ball right at one of his infielders. Into his wind as he steps behind the mound, then in front of it. 2-2 pitch, fouled down the third baseline. Will do it again. Grove in his windup kind of steps behind the rubber with his left foot. It starts a little bit staggered in front of it and steps behind. That kind of triggers his motion as he comes to the plate. Another big pitch here as we're just in the 3rd inning of this 7-inning game, game 2 of the doubleheader. Another 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Gets him with the breaking ball. And for the 2nd time today, Connor Grove sets down Mayakawa on strikes. That's the 4th strikeout for Grove.
Another nice progression from Grove, who continued to work Mayakawa inside as he was fighting ground balls off the hands down into the third base foul territory. Gets him with the breaking ball away, and Mayakawa chases for another strikeout.
So in steps Lamar Briggs, who has been far and away the best hitter this season for the Grays and one of the best in the Cal Ripken League, hitting .376, good for second in the league. First pitch breaking ball, Wolanski stops it in the dirt, and it misses for ball one. That was coming into today. Briggs was hitting .376. As I said, it's good for second in the Cal Ripken League. On base percentage for Briggs up there as well at .459. Having a great summer. 2 home runs, 22 RBI. The 1-0 lines into center field. Shelby coming in on it a few steps, then goes back a step and makes the catch. So Connor Grove loads the bases with one away, but gets out of it with the strikeout and the fly out. So we'll head to the bottom of the third here at Joe Cannon Stadium. Still scoreless between the Dodgers and Grays. You're listening to Baltimore Dodger Baseball. Connor Newcomb back here alongside Joey White up in the broadcast booth at Joe Cannon Stadium. Bottom of the third inning in a scoreless tie between the Dodgers and the DC Grays. Dodgers took game one of this doubleheader 11-6, eliminating the Grays from playoff contention and also boosting the Dodgers into that number one wild card spot in the Cal Ripken League playoffs, which will begin Sunday afternoon. Into the box for Baltimore. Here is the catcher, Alex Wolanski. First pitch to him, big breaking ball, misses inside off the corner, and that's ball one. Colin Berg got the start behind the plate in game one for the Dodgers, but now Wolanski back there for game two. 1-0 delivery, swing and a miss. Beasley blows a fastball by him, and the count evens up. It's 1-1. Obviously, you don't want a catcher catching 14 innings of a doubleheader, so two different catchers for the Dodgers in this doubleheader. Fastball just off the outside corner for ball two. Dodgers did have a third catcher this season, Shamoy Christopher, but he's no longer with the team. Had to take some summer classes that started this week, so no more Shamoy Christopher, who was a Cal Ripken League All-Star for the Dodgers. 2-1 pitch, breaking ball catches the outside corner for strike two. Dodgers will obviously miss Shamoy as he was hitting just under 300. Switch hitting catcher with probably the best arm in the league, maybe one of the best arms in the country from behind the plate. 2-2 pitch to Wolanski, fouls it down towards Derek Brown in the coaching box by third base, and the count stays right where it is.
As you mentioned, Christopher, one of the three catchers really for this team with a great defensive presence. Wolanski and Berg both have the ability to throw out runners, but Wolanski has really struggled with the bat this season. Just picked up his fourth hit in the last game.
Another 2-2. Pops it high into the air in shallow center field. Racing in is Johnson. He calls everybody off and makes the catch. There's one away. So Wolanski again set down, as you said, really been a struggle for him at the plate this season. We've talked about the wild card standings. With the divisional standings, you know, they're not completely set, but basically Baltimore Redbirds have locked up first place in the North Division. Again, the Redbirds North Division champions. Locked that up sometime last week. The Gaithersburg Giants sit 5 games behind them for first place. Brian Tago in, first pitch to him, in there for a strike. In the South Division, last night the Bethesda Big Train took down the Alexandria Aces and clinched the South Division title, but the Aces have also already qualified for the playoffs, so those are the 3 teams that are already in. 0-1 pitch in the dirt, and the count evens up 1-1. The other team that's in as well, the Gaithersburg Giants, clinched themselves at least a playoff spot somewhere. They could still fall into the wild card picture, but will most likely finish second in the North Division. 1-1 to Tago. Breaking ball doesn't break much and misses way outside for ball 2.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the 3 teams up top that had locked up spots and the Gaithersburg Giants are part of what is a very top-heavy Cal Ripken League, which is why teams like the Baltimore Dodgers, the SS Tacoma Thunderbolts, and the Herndon Braves can still crack a playoff spot with a record under 500.
That fastball missed up high for ball 3. Count now 3-1 to the switch-hitting Tago. 3-1 pitch fouled straight back towards us and into the screen as the count goes full. Tago in the starting lineup for Game 2. He was not out there in Game 1. It was the right-handed hitting Nick Ortega playing left field. It's pretty much been the switch-off. The lineup's been pretty similar for the Dodgers except for left field and behind the plate. 3-2 misses inside, and Tago draws a 1-out walk here in the third. As I was saying, it's pretty much been the same lineup. A little bit of a switch at DH sometimes between McElwain and Zach Seal, but it's mostly been McElwain on the season. Then without Shamoy Christopher, behind the plate it's been a switch off of Wolanski and Berg, and in left field a switch between Ortega and Tago, since David Bellamy is pretty much locked down right field. He's been red hot for the Dodgers and has also locked down the number 2 spot in the Dodger lineup. Joey Ortiz up with 1 on and 1 out. First pitch from Beasley. Fastball misses down low for ball 1. Tago been surprisingly productive for where he's been hitting in the lineup. Pretty much been in the 8 or 9 hole in almost every game he's appeared in this season, but has been one of the more productive Dodger hitters in limited at-bats. Throw over to get him is not nearly in time. Tago hitting .264 on the summer with a .743 OPS, and he's driven in 10 runs. Beasley set, throws over again, and Tago back in time. Beasley not a super imposing presence out on the mound, but he's been able to show the stuff to put up 2 zeros. Comes set around the belt, first base side of the rubber. 1-0 pitch to Ortiz, lined into center field. Going back on it, Johnson, still going back towards the warning track, reaches up and makes the catch. All the way at second base was Tago, now having to scamper back to first base, but makes it back in time. So 2 down in the inning. Joey Ortiz put a jolt into that one, but didn't get enough of it.
It hit it into the deepest part of Joe Cannon Stadium, dead center field, which is why Johnson able to go back and make the play. 410 out to the center field wall. The deepest and probably largest outfield in the Cal Ripken League.
Swing steps David Bellamy, 0 for 1 on the day. He popped out to the shortstop back in the first, but had a pretty productive Game 1, going 3 for 4. First pitch fastball misses up high for ball 1. Bellamy, also driving in 3 runs back in Game 1. Beasley set, now throws over to first, again trying to get Tago, but again is unsuccessful. Tago hasn't been a huge stolen bases threat, 2 for 4 on the base paths this summer. Beasley set, and he goes. First pitch in the dirt, throw down to second base is not in time. Tago swipes the bag, and he's in scoring position with 2 down. And a little bit of an argument out there at shortstop by Maekawa.
And Maekawa had to extend his range out over onto the second base side of the bag. Tried to swipe with the glove as Tago was putting his foot out towards second to get the out. But whether he got the tag or not is desired to be seen by the second place umpire.
So 3 for 5 now in the summer for Brian Tago trying to steal bases. Beasley set, 2-0 to Bellamy. Lined into center field, Johnson having to race straight back on it, but now settles under it and makes the catch. So the Dodgers get a runner into scoring position on the walk and the stolen base from Brian Tago, but they can't bring him in. We're through 3 scoreless here at Joe Cannon Stadium. You're listening to Baltimore Dodger Baseball. Newcomb back here alongside Joey White. We're into the fourth inning. A quick-moving game here at Joe Cannon Stadium. Knock on wood from the press box. A 7:42 start. We're now at 8:29 Eastern Time, and we're already through 3 here between the Dodgers and the Grays. And helping out, obviously, the quick-moving part of this game is that there hasn't been any runs for either team. Connor Grove back on the mound in his first pitch of this inning. A bunt popped down the third baseline. Up with it on one hop is Williams, but then it falls out of his glove, and reaching on the bunt is Harrison Freed. So he tried to square and bunt back in the first game. This time he squares there, and it's going to be a tough call. I think that might go down as an error on Williams. We'll see what the scoring is.
Yeah, that ball, like you said, a bunt popped up into the air. Rob Williams comes in to try to field it, and I just don't think that he got his glove underneath the ball. And the ball didn't take a high enough bounce as Rob anticipated on that really high cut grass in the infield.
So given a base hit is Harrison Freed. A questionable call there, but he gets a single and the first runner's on. Now Gillis squares the bunt, pulls back as it misses way outside, and Wolanski has to make a nice little stop on it, but it's ball 1.
Yeah, in the meat of your lineup and employing the bunt once again is Freed, and Gillis trying to do the same thing. Gillis had a 2 RBI double in the last game, so he's shown the pop in his bat, trying to employ the small ball tactic here.
He lays one down this time, up with it Grove, flips to first, that's his only play, and well, the Grays execute a successful sac bunt. So a bunt single and a sacrifice bunt. A lot of bunting. We better hope Kent Murphy's not in the house. He wouldn't like this one. And well, the second biggest opponent of the bunt is probably Connor Newcomb. He's not too happy about it either.
You know, Kent Murphy's bunt tutorial is something pretty interesting. I'd recommend our listeners check it out. I know you've already seen it.
Of course. Into the box, the left-handed hitting Miles Jones. RBI shot for him right here with Harrison Freed standing on second base. Grove set, and the first pitch misses way inside. Good stop from Wolanski. Jones struck out swinging. That ended a 1-2-3 second, so he's 0 for 1. Grove already with 5 strikeouts to record just the 10 outs he's gotten so far today. Grove set, checking back at second base, and the 1-0. Fastball in the dirt. Wolanski blocks it out in front of him and keeps the runner right where he is.
And the last time Miles Jones was at the dish, the Dodgers employed a pretty heavy shift on him. Rob Williams, the Dodgers' third baseman, was in Austin James' shortstop territory. James right behind the second base bag. This time with a runner on second, Rob Williams has to cover third in case a play is made over that direction, but Austin James still shading towards the middle infield.
Yeah, so a big hole in between third base and shortstop here for Jones if he can go the other way. Grove set the 2-0, swing and a miss on a fastball that was tailing off the outside corner. It's going to be strike 1. So that would be the pitch for Jones to hit out there into left field, but tried to go with the big swing and pull it and swung right through it. Infield pretty much back around the diamond with the power hitting Jones at the plate. Grove set 2-1. Breaking ball line foul down the right field line up against the fence down there and marks in and out of play down the right field line, but the count goes even 2-2. Jones has seen a heavy diet of fastballs, then with that breaking ball, had good contact but was way ahead of it. Just a long strike against Connor Grove. He's given up just the 2 hits and struck out 5. No runs on the board against him through 3 1/3. Grove set, checks back towards second base, and delivers. Fastball lined into right field. Bellamy going back on it, still going back, now settles under it and makes the catch. Tagging from second is Freed. He's going to get into third safely, but more importantly for the Dodgers, there's 2 away here in the inning.
Now batting, the catcher from Old Dominion, number 13.
Like you said, 2 outs now in the fourth, so the sac fly is not a viable option for Evan Bear as he takes the right-handed batter's box. They're going to have to get some contact that gets Bear safe as well as Freed home.
So the backstop, Evan Bear, into the batter's box. Looking for the big hit here, as you said, runner on third, but 2 outs. Grove working from the wind. First pitch breaking ball, that's in there at the knees for strike 1. Last time Bear was up, he walked to lead off the third inning, but was stranded at third base when Connor Grove stranded the bases loaded. Strikeout and a fly out, or excuse me, 2 strikeouts with 1 away. That breaking ball is in there, right down the middle for strike 2, and it's quickly 0-2 against the Grays catcher. Bear hitting just 128 on the summer coming in to today's play. 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Good stop from Wolanski. Keeps the runner at third base. Count goes to 1-2.
And in the first game of this doubleheader, Ryan Bunzy actually did bring home a runner from third on a wild pitch. Alex Wolanski doing a good job so far in this at-bat to protect that from happening again.
Connor Grove still working out of the wind, looking for another strikeout. Would be his 6th of the day so far. Into the big windup, and the 1-2. Fastball outside, low as well, and the count evens up at 2. Deuces wild here in the top of the 4th. DC Grays and Baltimore Dodgers here at Joe Cannon Stadium on this Thursday night. 2-2 delivery. Grounded back up the middle. Grove spears it, and he'll take it to first himself. Flips to Coker at the last second and gets out of another jam. So the Grays get a runner to third, but can't bring him home. Another scoreless frame for Connor Grove. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning here at Joe Cannon Stadium. It's a 0-0 ball game. You're listening to Baltimore Dodger Baseball. Connor Newcomb back here alongside Joey White. Bottom of the 4th inning from Joe Cannon Stadium. Dodgers and Grays tied up at 0. Big game for the playoff standing for the Dodgers, who with a win could all but clinch a playoff spot here in the Cal Ripken League. DC Grays eliminated from playoff contention with the 11-6 loss here to the Dodgers in Game 1 of this doubleheader. First pitch to Austin James, fouled off down the right field line. The count's now 0-1. James had a hard hit ball into right field back in the first, but it was right at the right fielder Freed, who made a sliding catch. Joey Ortiz, who was on first base with 1 out, was running on the pitch, didn't read the ball well, and was doubled off back at first base to end the inning. Beasley into his wind, breaking ball misses low, and outside to James. Counts now 1-1. Beasley's made pretty quick work of the Dodgers through 3 innings, allowing just the 2 hits, although no strikeouts so far. 1-1 fastball misses up and out for ball 2. Austin James out of the State College of Florida. Him and Jaron Shelby playing together for the Manatees and this summer for the Dodgers. 2-1, swing and a miss. Big cut from Austin James going for the water tower in left field, but he comes up empty and the count evens up at 2. James played in 57 games at the State College of Florida this spring, hitting .290, 2 home runs, and 37 RBIs. 2-2 pitch. Line back up the middle. Over is the second baseman, but he reaches out and can't get it into center field for a base hit. Austin James with the leadoff single as the Dodgers look to get on top here in the 4th.
Yeah, that ball caught part of the mound and had topspin that just went underneath the glove of Darius Gillis out into the outfield, so some more hard contact for James to begin the center.
And Shane Coker at the plate. Coker hitting from the left side. Grounded out to shortstop, his only at-bat so far in Game 2. First pitch fastball misses outside for ball 1. Coker joining the Dodgers about halfway through the season and started it off with a bang. 14-game hitting streak starting in Game 2 with the Dodgers. Reached on a walk in Game 1 with Baltimore, did not have a hit, and ended up with a 17-game on-base streak that was snapped in Game 2 of that doubleheader in Bethesda Wednesday evening. That was the longest on-base streak and longest hit streak in Baltimore Dodger history. Comes set, and the pitch in the dirt. Coker lays off. The count's now 2-1. Dodgers with a good chance here to take the lead in the fourth. More than halfway through this 7-inning game. Austin James already on with the leadoff single, and Shane Coker ahead 2-1 in the count. Beasley comes set, right around the chest, and the 2-1. Coker swings right through it. Swinging for the right field fences there, but the count evens up at 2. Holding James at first is the first baseman Jones. Try to keep him close. Pretty much straight up around the infield and the outfield otherwise for the DC Grays. Grays now 13-25. Pretty rough summer for them here in the Cal Ripken League. 2-2 fastball line foul right over top the Dodger dugout, and the count stays 2-2. Dodger bullpen, out there in left field. Out of that Dodger bullpen, it was Edwin Lopez who went 4 innings out of the pen after Ryan Bunsey could only complete 2 1/3 in his start. And it was Brandon Hicks who finished it off, getting the final 2 outs. So would assume the 3 of them not available here in Game 2. 2-2 pitch to Coker. Breaking ball misses inside, and the count goes full. The plan is to start the Submariner Josh Hedgeka tomorrow against the Baltimore Redbirds if the Dodgers do need that game to improve positioning or even get into the playoffs. However, Hedgeka could be used as a reliever if this game is close near the end. Payoff pitch, fly ball deep in the infield, now into shallow center, coming in Johnson, long run, and they can't make the catch. Throw into second base, not in time, and Shane Coker's going to reach. A misplay in the outfield. Going back was Mayakawa, coming in was Johnson. Gillis out there as well, and it just kind of fell in, and Coker will reach. Also, he's going to be awarded a single. Sometimes you just get lucky with where that fly ball goes, and it's back-to-back hits for the Dodgers.
That ball hit a mile in the air. Mayakawa, the shortstop, ranging back to get it. Will Johnson charging in from center field, dropped in the perfect spot right by Mayakawa's glove. Got close, but no cigar. And that's 2 on and no one out. And Jaron Shelby, a guy with a lot of pop in his bat, especially recently, takes the plate.
So Jaron Shelby, 3 RBI. Back in Game 1, that was a bases-clearing double in the first inning. Has a chance to do some damage here, 2 on, no out. Beasley set, checking second, and the first pitch. Fastball misses up high for ball 1. With the struggles Shelby has, if you're a team that plays small ball, you might think about a bunt here to move the runners over, but Dodgers haven't played too much small ball this summer. Looking for the big hit despite playing in this huge ballpark. Obviously a pitcher's park. 1-0, swing and a miss. Little foul tip there from Shelby, and the count evens up at 1-1. Despite using 3 pitchers back in that first game, Dodgers still with plenty of arms available out of that bullpen. One walking down now is the right-hander Alex Parker, however. No action down there yet. Beasley set, now turns towards second, and scampering back is Austin James, who gets back in with no throw. Jaron Shelby, Austin's teammate at the State College of Florida, playing the outfield while James patrols the infield. Beasley set. James fakes the steal. Now the pitch misses outside, and the count's 2-1. Little bluff there from Austin James at second. Probably didn't do anything to the pitcher as he wasn't looking his way, but the fastball did miss outside, and now Shelby in a hitter's count. Ahead here 2-1 against the starting pitcher, James Beasley. Beasley set, checking on James a couple of times, now delivers to the plate. Swing and a miss on the fastball, blows it right by Shelby, and the count's 2-2. Strikeout would not be ideal here for the Dodgers, although a double play would be worse. Shelby looking to, at the very least, advance the base runners, or at least get somebody to third with less than 2 outs. Beasley set, checking on James a couple of times. Now a third check, and delivers. Little squib in front of home plate, but rolls foul, and the count stays 2-2.
Yeah, James clearly in the head of the starter Beasley right now, has looked back at him a multitude of times. James, of course, faked the steal on an earlier pitch, trying to throw Beasley off his game and give Shelby a chance to get a ball that he can hit.
Jaron Shelby looking for that big hit right here. Beasley continues to check back at James. Now he goes in the pitch. Swing and a miss on the high fastball, but Austin James swipes third. So Jaron Shelby strikes out. He doesn't get the runners over himself, but Austin James does the work. Takes third base with one away. However, staying put at first base was Shane Coker.
Yeah, James got a great jump on that one. Took off in the stretch as Shelby can't handle the high heat. That puts runners on the corners with one out. Zach Seal at the plate.
The first strikeout on the day for James Beasley as he sets down Jaron Shelby swinging. So now Zach Seal up. He worked a walk back in the second inning. Beasley set. First pitch to Seal. Fastball poured in at the knees for strike one. Now comes James to the plate. Here's the throw back to home, and he is dead out at home plate. Not sure what Austin James was thinking there. Tries to catch the pitcher napping and steal home. Instead, he is gunned out at the plate. There's now two down.
Yeah, nice job from James to get over to third on the Shelby strikeout. That one took a bit of a gamble. Well, not even a bit of a gamble, a major gamble to see if the battery mates of Beasley and Bear were paying attention, and they clearly were. That's the second out of the inning.
Now the fastball misses up high to Zach Seal as the count goes to 1-1. So it's a 1-2 putout for the second out of the inning. Coming set and the 1-1 in the dirt. Wow, that pitch bounced about 5 feet in front of home plate. Beautiful block back there from Bear to keep Coker over at first base. And we know how the Cal Ripken League feels about Shane Coker as a base runner. They pretty much think he's, well, the second coming of Ricky Henderson.
For a guy who's only stolen one base this season, he does take a decent-sized lead, which is why it's thrown a lot of pitchers off.
2-1 to Seal again, about a 55-footer. Another good block from Bear, and the count goes to 3-1. Now, I know Seal's in a good hitting count here to get one to drive, put it in the gap, and try and score Coker from first, but these last two pitches from Beasley have been not even close to home plate. Now he comes set, and the 3-1. Swing and a miss, goes after a high fastball, chased ball four, and instead the count will go full.
Same pitch that Jaron Shelby struck out on. These DC Grays are trying to get the Dodgers to be a bit impatient and then swing at the high cheese.
Jones holds the bag as Coker gets a head start. Payoff pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Beasley blows the fastball by the hitter Zach Seal to end the inning, his second consecutive strikeout in the inning. But the Dodgers really shooting themselves in the foot with runners on first and third. Austin James inadvertently tries to steal home and is thrown out at the plate. So another zero put up by James Beasley. We head to the fifth here at Joe Cannon Stadium. Scoreless ball game. You're listening to Baltimore Dodger Baseball. Connor Newcomb back in the broadcast booth alongside Joey White as we're set for the fifth inning here in Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Baltimore Dodgers and the DC Grays. And it looks like a little bit of a defensive change here. Jaron Shelby is out of the ball game for the Baltimore Dodgers. Looks like Nick Ortega will take over in the outfield. Looks like it's a straight-up change. Ortega out to center field. So that's it for Jaron Shelby. He plays 4 innings in this game. We'll try to get you any more information about why that change was made. But Shelby, he singled in the second, struck out in the fourth, so a 1-for-2 day for him. And Nick Ortega into the game. First pitch from Connor Grove. Fastball in there at the knees. First strike 1 to the Grays hitter, Jack Donnini, who leads off this 5th inning. Grove into his wind again. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Good changeup there, and the count goes to 0-2. So Ortega started game 1, was getting the day off, or the game off with Brian Tago out in left, but now he comes in to play center field. Grove into his wind. 0-2 pitch, breaking ball misses below the knees for ball number 1. Counts now 1-2 to Jack Donnini. Donnini 1-for-1, singled in the 3rd. 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, flied high into the air behind shortstop. James back on it and makes the catch. There's 1 away.
Now batting, the designated hitter from Florida Tech University, number 35, Cooper Mitchell.
Cooper Mitchell steps in, the designated hitter from Florida Tech. College teammates with Dodgers starting pitcher Eli Ginsberg. Started game 2 of Tuesday's doubleheader against the Loudoun River Dogs. Went 7 innings, gave up 2 runs. Dodgers walked it off 3-2 in the 9th. First pitch, swing and a miss, good breaking ball from Grove. Counts 0-1.
Yeah, you mentioned his teammate Ginsberg, an aerospace engineering major, going to be working for NASA at the end of July. Cooper Mitchell, a bit of a different plan after college.
0-1, lined into left field. Tago going over towards the line, now settles under it, and makes the catch for out number 2.
Just to finish off that thought, Cooper Mitchell, dream job to salvage and repair ships. Bit of a niche career, but if someone works hard enough for it, and you're down in Florida, you might as well.
So Mitchell going for the ground. Ginsberg more for the air. Good 1-2 combo right there. Back to the top of the lineup, Will Johnson into the batter's box. First pitch, breaking ball. He grounds it into left field. That's going to be a base hit. Split James and Williams, who didn't move, just watched it go by for a 2-out single. Will Johnson on base for the 2nd time this evening. And now into the batter's box, Jacob Mayakawa.
Now batting, shortstop from San Diego State University, number 18, Jacob Mayakawa.
Mayakawa, a native of Hawaii, played his freshman season at San Diego State. He'll be back there in the fall and back playing baseball for the Aztecs in the spring. Grove throws over, but Johnson back in plenty of time. Mayakawa played in 23 games for San Diego State this spring, and in 22 at-bats hit .273, drove in 3 runs, and had a double. That fastball right on the inside corner, first strike 1. Mayakawa 0-for-2 on the evening, having a pretty rough game 2 of this doubleheader. Struck out swinging twice with Connor Grove on the mound. 0-1 pitch, fastball right there at the knees, and again he's behind in the count. It's 0-2 to the Grays shortstop. Mayakawa attending high school in Hawaii at the Mid-Pacific Institute. 0-2 pitch, fastball right there, called strike 3 at the knees. It's a hat trick for Mayakawa, not the one you want to see. 0-for-3 with 3 strikeouts. And Connor Grove, well, himself, he picks up strikeout number 6 as he works quickly through the 5th. We head to the bottom half of the 5th, little abbreviated 5th inning stretch here at Joe Cannon Stadium. Scoreless ball game. You're listening to Baltimore Dodger Baseball. back here alongside Joey White as we're set to go. Bottom of the fifth inning here at Joe Cannon Stadium. Dodgers and Grays still tied up 0-0.
Leading off, third baseman from Toronto University, number 25, Rob Williams.
Rob Williams in the batter's box for the Baltimore Dodgers as he'll lead off the fifth inning of this scoreless affair. Into the wind is Beasley, still on the hill, and the first pitch breaking ball catches the inside corner for strike one. Williams hitting from the left side, playing the hot corners. He has every inning with the Dodgers so far this season. 0-1 fastball lined foul into the parking lot, and as it does every time, Joey White, a little bit of a concerned look on his face as that's headed out towards the parked cars out there, and, well, one could be his.
One car down in my family right now. My mom's gave out on her yesterday, so I had to go pick her up. If mine goes down, then we're 1 for 3 on cars.
0-2 pitch misses up high with the fastball. Count now 1-2. Williams looking for something to get this Dodger offense going in the bottom of the fifth. Just 4 hits through 4 innings, and obviously no runs up on the scoreboard. 1-2 fastball chopped high in the air over to third base. Up with it, Williams. Throw off his back foot is in time. There's one away.
Yeah, that one spiked right into the ground by the catcher. A high hop over there. Nice play at third by Briggs. Throws that over to Jones to get the first out of the inning.
I said Williams. Williams was at the plate. Briggs made the play over at third. It's been a long day here in this double-headed Grays and the Dodgers. But either way, there's one out. Alex Wilansky to the plate. Flew out to center field back in the third, so 0 for 1 on the day. Still facing James Beasley, the right-hander for the Grays. First pitch fastball right down the middle, and Wilansky takes it for strike one. Wilansky out of Eastern Michigan University, the backstop coming to the Dodgers. Be a redshirt junior at EMU this season. Did not appear in a game during the 2017 season. Breaking ball misses outside. Count evens up 1-1. Wilansky, a native of Naperville, Illinois. Coming all the way to Hanover, Maryland to play for the Dodgers this summer. 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses way outside, and the count's now 2-1. Although not one of the furthest guys to come play for the Dodgers. Just, for example, Nick Ortega, a guy coming from Tampa, Florida to play, and there's been plenty of others, including Joey Ortiz and David Bellamy from New Mexico State. Wilansky goes around too far on that check swing, and it's 2-2. A little bit of confusion between the umpires there. It looked like they checked first, and it almost looked like the first base umpire wasn't paying attention. But it was a pretty obvious swing from Wilansky as the count evens up at 2-2. Beasley just the 2 strikeouts on the outing so far through 4 1/3. Both of them came for the second and third outs of the fourth inning. 2-2 pitch misses up high. Wilansky able to lay off of that one, and the count goes full. Have some scores to get you from around the Cal Ripken League coming up shortly. 3-2 pitch. Fastball right down the middle in there for a called strike 3. So for the pitcher, Beasley wasn't really getting the strikeout through the first 3 innings and change, but 3 of his last 4 outs have been via the K, and there's 2 down in the fifth. Around the Cal Ripken League, the Baltimore Redbirds leading the Alexandria Aces 7-1 in the bottom of the 8th. That game doesn't have a lot of standing. Redbirds already have locked up the division. Alexandria locked up the number 3 seed. Fastball to Brian Tago misses inside for ball 1. Game that has a lot of ride for the Dodgers. In the top of the 7th, the SS Tacoma T-Bolts are tied with the Bethesda Big Train by a score of 5-5. T-Bolts a game and a half back of the Dodgers. In Loudon in a game between the River Dogs and Giants as that fastball misses outside for ball 2. It's in the bottom of the 7th. Loudon clinging to a 3-2 lead over the Gaithersburg Giants. Loudon sitting just a half game back of the Dodgers. They currently hold that number 2 wild card spot. Into the wind, Beasley. 2-0 fastball misses just above the letters, and it's 3-0 to Brian Tago. In Rockville, between the Herndon Braves and the Rockville Express, in the bottom of the 7th inning, Braves clinging to their own 3-2 lead over Rockville. Braves a game back of Baltimore. 3-0 fastball misses below the and that's a 4-pitch walk with 2 down to Brian Tago. And, of course, the final game on the evening right here in Hanover, 0-0 game between the D.C. Grays and the Baltimore Dodgers after Game 1 of this doubleheader was taken by the Dodgers, winning it 11-6 over the Grays. So we get you some more scores as those games become final, most of them in the 7th or 8th innings, whereas this game just in the 5th, however, it is a 7-inning ball game, so basically just as far along. Joey Ortiz up with a runner on first and 2 down. First pitch to him, fastball misses up high. That's going to be ball 1. So 5 in a row out of the strike zone after Beasley was able to strike out Wilansky looking. See if Ortiz gets the take sign here, just waiting for Beasley to throw him a strike. So the home plate umpire, interestingly here, is going to have a little bit of a talk with Beasley out on the mound. He walks all the way out to the pitching rubber to give Beasley a couple of baseballs. Not something you usually see. See the umpires maybe toss it back to the pitcher or just hand it to the catcher to throw back, but he had to walk out there. Sometimes that has to do with a little bit of chirping coming from the mound to the umpire, and he, instead of wanting to make a scene, will sometimes just walk out there with new baseballs and let him know to, well, stop talking on the mound or he might get run. So Ortiz back into the box.
It's been a long day for the umps, too. We've all been at the ballpark since about 3 o'clock.
1-0 misses in the dirt, and the count's 2-0, so 6 in a row out of the strike zone from the right arm of Beasley. Was going to give you a scenario of if scores hold, but this score obviously can't hold here in Hanover. Game tied 0-0. As soon as we get a run, we'll get you some scenarios if the scores hold around the league. So far, things not really working out for the Dodgers, besides what's going on or what went on in Game 1. 2-0 fastball misses below the knees, and it's 3-0, so 7 in a row out of the strike zone for Beasley.
There's some serious frustration out there on the mound. I think he was angry about the 3-2 pitch to Tago that was below the knees over the plate, and he thought he was out of the inning.
3-0 pitch, fastball misses way up and in, and 8 straight out of the zone is something's obviously in Beasley's head here is 2 straight 4-pitch walks, and the Dodgers, well, they have a runner in scoring position with 2 down, and the red-hot David Bellamy coming to the plate. So Beasley was rolling along and then just lost all control. 8 in a row out of the strike zone. Now Bellamy looking for the big hit here to make him pay and put the Dodgers on top. They could take the lead here, would just need 6 outs to secure the victory. Beasley set, first pitch, breaking ball misses in the dirt, make it 9 in a row out of the zone. The Dodgers had a big cheering section here at Joe Cannon Stadium. You might start to hear it about the 9 balls in a row, but it's more of a college crowd situation, more of a parents' crowd here for Dodgers and Grays. Beasley set, checking back at second base, and the 1-0 fastball line foul, and the count goes 1-1. Interesting approach there from Bellamy. 9 in a row out of the strike zone. You're usually going to wait for a strike, but Bellamy recognized that that pitch was in the zone. He went after it, but fouled it off, and the count goes to 1-1.
I was about to say, pretty interesting that he got the green light, but we see that a lot here in the Calrican League. 3-0 counts. A lot of guys are getting the opportunity to swing for the fences. 8-9 straight balls, and David Bellamy, the same thing.
Beasley set, checking second, and the 1-1. Fastball popped high in the air behind home plate. Going back is the catcher, Bear, up against the screen, but he's got no play as it lands right around the top of the press box, and the count is 1-2. So after 9 straight balls, 2 in a row fouled off by Bellamy, and Beasley 1 pitch away from getting the strikeout and getting out of this jam in the 5th inning, keeping the score tied at 0. Bellamy looking for another big hit. Had 3 of them in Game 1 and drove in 3 runs. Also reached on a walk. Beasley set. Checks Tago at second base. Now comes home. In the dirt. Good stop by Bear. Keeps the runners where they are. And the deuces are wild now in the bottom of the 5th. No runs on 3 hits for the Grays. No runs on 4 hits for the Dodgers. Both starting pitchers rolling along. James Beasley for the Grays and Connor Grove for the Baltimore Dodgers. Beasley set again, the 2-2. Grounded towards first base. Up with it is Jones, now coming towards the bag. Flips to his pitcher, and it's not in time at the plate. An infield single there for David Bellamy has loaded the bases with 2 down.
And that's not uncharacteristic for David Bellamy, who hustles hard at the first base bag all the time. He's actually had a couple infield singles in the past 2 games, and this one's no different. A bit of a slow play there at first by Miles Jones. Flips it over to the pitcher Beasley, and Bellamy just gets there a half step soon.
Jones is a little nonchalant with that play over there, and Bellamy, as he always does, as you said, hustling down the line. Now Austin James to the plate with the bases full of Dodgers and 2 down. Beasley will work out of the windup here with the sacks full. First pitch fastball line foul down the right field line, and Beasley quickly ahead in the count. Beasley looking for that 1 out. He had 2 outs with nobody on. 2 straight 4-pitch walks, and then an infield single where maybe he didn't get over to first base in time, as well as Jones not really getting it out of his glove in time. Beasley into his wind. 0-1 to James. Breaking ball line towards shortstop. Up with it. Flip to second, and he can't get it out of the glove. Safe at second base is the runner David Bellamy, who hustles again to second, and the Dodgers have their first run of the game on the RBI fielder's choice. From the bat of Austin James, it's a 1-0 Dodger lead.
Now that's the smallest of small ball right there. Austin James grounds that out into the hole. Nice job from Ayakawa to get there, but can't squeeze it and can't transition it into his throwing hand, trying to flip it over to the second baseman, Darius Gillis. And David Bellamy once again hustling hard and giving the Dodgers a chance to win the ball game.
Now first pitch fastball to Shane Coker, poured in on the outside corner. That's going to be strike 1. The Dodgers, interesting way to get their first run, but they get it here in the bottom of the 5th. Leading it now 1-0. Beasley into the wind, 0-1 to Coker. It's a soft flare out towards left field. Going back as the shortstop. He can't get it. It falls in for a base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes Bellamy to the plate. He's in as well. 2 runs for the Dodgers. It's into second base is Shane Coker, a 2 RBI double. And now the Dodgers breaking it open here in the 5th, leading it 3-0 over the Grays.
Yeah, nice job there from Shane Coker, fighting that one off down the third base line. Didn't try to pull it. Dropped it over the head of Mayakawa, who was ranging back to get it. Left fielder unable to track it down as well. Zanini couldn't range to get it, and Coker's on base safe with a double that puts the Dodger lead at 3.
So now Beasley just trying to get himself out of the inning. First pitch to Nick Ortega, who will hit for the first time in this game, too. Checks his swing. They say he did not go. Misses low for ball 1. Ortega came in for Jaron Shelby. We're not quite sure why Shelby left the game, but he did after 4 innings, so Ortega taking over in center field. Into his wind, Beasley. The 1-0 fastball misses way up high for ball 2. Dodgers a bit of luck to get this run. With 2 outs and nobody on, Brian Tago and Joey Ortiz drew back-to-back 4-pitch walks. And David Bellamy hit a ground ball to first, which looked like it would be out number 3, but he beat it out at first base to load the bases. 2-0 to Ortega, lined into right center field. Going over is Fried, coming is Johnson. Fried calls him off and makes the catch to end the inning. But not before the Dodgers, after the first 2 batters are retired, rally and get 3 runs in the 5th. They're now 6 outs away from a victory. When we come back in the 6th inning, I'll hand the play-by-play duties over to Joey White as he'll take you home. The Dodgers now leading the Grays 3-0. You're listening to Baltimore Dodger Baseball.
Top of the 5th inning here at Joe Cannon Stadium. Alongside Connor Newcomb, I'm Joey White, taking you the rest of the way. The Baltimore Dodgers struck in the bottom of the 5th inning to take a 3-0 lead. And now Connor Grove takes the mound against Lamar Briggs as the DC Grays try to get some of those runs back. First pitch on the outside corner for Connor Grove to Briggs. James Beasley, the pitcher for the DC Grays, had no one on and 2 out. As Briggs rips that one down the third base line out towards left field. Tego out to get it. Beasley thinks about going 2, and that one gets out of the infield over to David Bellamy, who can't make the play. So Tego, trying to throw the ball into Austin James, unable to do so, escapes out into right field. And Lamar Briggs is able to go from first to second.
Yeah, it looks like it'll go down as a single for Briggs down the line, then he'll reach second on the E7. So just a one-bagger for Briggs, but doesn't really matter how you get to second as long as you get there. And trying to strike right back are the Grays with a runner in scoring position and nobody out.
So that's going to bring up now for the DC Grays, Harrison Freed, playing right field today. First pitch fouled off for a strike. Freed tied for second in the Cal Ripken League in home runs with 7. Earlier in this game, employed a bunt single that was close to being ruled an error. Rob Williams came charging in on a bunt that got popped up into the air, went underneath his glove, and Freed was safe at first. Next pitch fouled down the third base line by Freed.
So just a playoff update for the Dodgers. If they can hold on to this 3-0 lead they have, if the Bethesda Big Train can beat the T-Bolts, the Dodgers would clinch a playoff spot. That game between the T-Bolts and the Big Train still tied 5-5. They're in the top of the 8th in Bethesda. Tacoma up to bat.
As long as the Dodgers keep winning, they have a shot, and Freed hits that one hard out in the left field. Brian Tego back, and he makes the catch. Briggs is going to try to make it all the way to third. Third will not be in time, and Briggs is safe on third base with 1 out on the fly ball by Freed.
Yeah, Freed put a charge into that one, but Brian Tego, playing deep in the outfield, keeping things in front of him, was able to track it down and get the out. Going to third is Briggs with 1 out, better position for the Grays, but the Dodgers are really looking for outs. They'll play the infield back here and trade an out for a run with a 3-run lead.
And now Darius Gillis, the second baseman for the Grays, at the plate. First pitch is going to miss low for a ball. So far in this game, Gillis grounded out to the third baseman in the second, then had a sacrifice bunt in the fourth where the Grays ended up going scoreless. And that pitch is going to get the outside corner. A nice breaking pitch from Grove. Count now 1-1. Dodgers hold on to this win and get some help from the T-Bolts. They're going to be in business as that pitch misses way inside against Gillis for a ball, 2-1. T-Bolts end up losing their game to the South Division leading Big Train. Dodgers win, they're in. And that one fisted out down the first base line. It's going to drop fair, and that's going to bring home Briggs easily as Gillis is fighting hard for second base. It's going to be a play at second base, and it will not be in time. Ball out of James's glove, and the RBI double from Darius Gillis scores 1. And now we have a 2-run ball game at Joe Cannon Stadium.
Yeah, perfect piece of hitting there from Darius Gillis. Got a fastball just on the outside part of the plate and took it where it should go down the right field line. Going into the corner was Bellamy, but too much speed from Gillis. It's a good throw. It was a close play, but Gillis would have been in there whether or not Austin James dropped the ball trying to apply the tag. But the Grays coming right back, and this has really been an issue for the Dodgers this season, getting that shutdown inning. When they finally break through offensively, they've really struggled to try and shut down the other team. And Connor Grove, through 5, he's worked out of a couple jams, but he's put up the zeros. And now as soon as the team gets him runs, gives up runs right back. And now the Grays tying run at the plate with just 5 outs to work with.
Darius Gillis came up shaking his right hand after sliding in for that double. We've seen a bunch of MLB stars come up hurting their hands on mostly head first slides. That one he slid in feet first. But now it's going to bring up Miles Jones, the first baseman, hitting out of the left side against the righty Grove. First pitch outside for a ball, and now Alex Wolanski goes back out, talk to Grove, discuss the signs and the situation. As I mentioned, most recently it was Chris Bryant, the superstar for the Chicago Cubs, slid in head first towards third, ended up spraining that thumb, had to come out of the game, is going to miss some time. So you start to see it become more of an issue, and the question has been raised, is the players union or someone like the MLB front office is going to try to ban head first sliding, but that seems to be a little bit ludicrous.
Got an even more absurd one I'll get you after this pitch where a guy ended up not getting hurt, but it could have been disastrous.
Next pitch in to Jones is going to be low at the feet for a ball. 2-0 now to Jones.
Miguel Rojas, an infielder for the Miami Marlins, who had just returned after being out 2 months with a broken thumb, his first at-bat back with the Marlins, hits a slow infield grounder, decides to slide head first into first base with that same thumb.
Another pitch is going to miss low and inside. It's going to get past Wolanski, not far enough for Gillis to go. And it's proven that if you run through the bag at first, you have a better chance of being safe than if you slide into first base. So not sure what Rojas was thinking.
And especially the Marlins, a team out of contention, selling off their players. You just want to make sure you're okay for the rest of this year and next season. And he goes in head first, his first at-bat back.
Much to the dismay of Giancarlo Stanton, who's been pretty upset with the way the Marlins have been running the organization. And that's going to be a walk to Miles Jones, who takes off his protector, throws the bat, and heads on over to first base. Now runners on first and second with 1 out.
So now all of a sudden, tying run on first base as the Dodgers again failing to get that big shutdown inning. Connor Grove, of course, going to look for the big double play here. Evan Bear 0 for 1 on the day with a walk, and he grounded one right back to Grove.
Forced back at third now that Jones is taken first. A feigned steal by Gillis, but then that one's just dribbled up the middle towards Joey Ortiz, who is able to make the play at second to get Jones out. But Bear will be safe at first, and Gillis will make his way over to third.
And it looks like they may have called base runner interference at second base.
So it looks like as Jones was running over the ground ball, hit to Ortiz, got in the way of Ortiz's ability to make a play. And so the base runner interference ends the inning for the Grays, who had the opportunity with runners on the corners to score at the next at-bat. So that's going to do it from the top of the fifth. Grays get 1 run, but could have gotten more if not for base runner interference. When we come back, the Baltimore Dodgers are going to try to add to that 2-run lead. You're listening to Baltimore Dodgers Baseball. Back at Joe Cannon Stadium alongside Connor Newcomb, I'm Joey White. Baltimore Dodgers currently lead 3-1, but Connor, Dodgers keeping that 2-run lead, but let's talk about what happens if scores hold here on this Thursday night.
Yeah, so the SS Tacoma T-Bolts just took a 6-5 lead in the top of the 8th against the Bethesda Big Train. So if scores hold here, the Dodgers would keep themselves in that number 1 spot. They would stay a half game ahead of the River Dogs, who would win if scores hold, and they would also stay a game ahead of the Braves, who won if scores hold, and then a game and a half ahead of the T-Bolts. The only reason with 1 day left the T-Bolts would still be alive with 1 day left is they have a doubleheader tomorrow, so they could make up a game and a half with their doubleheader and a Dodger loss.
So now Zach Seals going to take the plate on the first pitch. He sees he pops it up into the infield. Gillis coming underneath it at second is able to make the play. The ball a mile in the air, makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, and just to clarify on what happened at the end of that last inning, looked like it was interference on the runner going in to second base, so the runner at first automatically called out, killing the rally for the Grays, who only get 1 run in the 6th, and the Dodgers now need to get 3 outs before they give up 2 runs, but obviously first looking for some insurance runs here in the bottom of the 6th.
And now Rob Williams takes the plate for the Dodgers. Williams 0 for 2 on the day. Bottom half of the lineup for the Dodgers, that would be 6 through 9, yet to pick up a hit. Have had a couple of walks. First pitch into Williams is a strike. 0-1 the count.
So it hasn't been such a nice performance for 6 through 9 in the lineup, Joey.
Not exactly. 0-1 now. Beasley still working on the mound for the Grays. That one bounced in front of the plate. Puts the count at 1-1. 1 out here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Dodgers holding on to a 3-1 lead. That nearly could have been broken open if not for some runner interference in the top of the 6th. That breaking pitch gets the outside corner for a strike. Good pitch by Beasley. Run the count 1-2. Williams so far in his Dodger career only picked up 2 hits. Looking for that third. Won't get it on that. A high fastball outside for a ball. 2-2. Williams has done well with the glove since he's been here. Not necessarily with the bat, and that's not what he's best known for. He hits that one over to Gillis, who gets it on the hop, throws it over to Jones, and gets the second out of the inning.
Yeah, so good job by Beasley, who was kind of got unlucky, but also maybe didn't field his position that great in the bottom of the 5th, giving up the 3 runs. Nice job for him to come back out to the mound and get the first 2 outs. But as I say that, he did retire the first 2 batters in the 5th and end up giving up 3 runs in the frame.
So now 2 outs, no one on. Same situation as last inning, and Alex Wolanski, the Dodger catcher, at the plate, looking to bring the runs back for the Dodgers. Out of the windup, Beasley works, and that one be tipped down off the foot of Wolanski. 0-1 now. Wolanski looking to pick up his 5th hit of the season. As we mentioned, a great catcher defensively. All of the catchers for the Dodgers have been. He's been the one who struggled the most at the dish. A bit of catcher conversation going on between Bear and Wolanski as Beasley prepares to set up for his next pitch. The signs are in from Evan Bear, the catcher. James Beasley reaches back and fires, and that one going to be a breaking ball that gets the inside corner to put Wolanski down to the count 0-2.
You know, Beasley looking for the strikeout here, just trying to get himself a 1-2-3 inning after almost having one in the 5th and then kind of falling apart.
Holding the Dodgers off here would give the Grays a chance in the 7th. The 0-2, and that one's going to be hit hard out into left field. It's going to drop in front of Danini. So Alex Wolanski does it. He gets his 5th hit of the season, this time with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th to give the Dodgers some life.
Yeah, Wolanski, as you talked about, hasn't been a great summer for him with the bat, but nice little piece of hitting there behind 0-2, gets a hanging breaking ball, obviously not where Beasley wanted to get that pitch, left it way too far up, and Wolanski does what a good D1 college hitter should do, deposit it into left field.
And that's going to bring up the left fielder, Brian Tago, who's had a pair of walks in today's game. First pitch from Beasley, high for a ball. Tago working in tandem with Nick Ortega for the majority of the season, splitting time out and left. Tago hitting a little bit better than his counterpart Ortega. And that pitch is in for a strike on the inside corner, 1-1. Second time in as many innings that the Dodgers put a runner on, at least with 2 out. Tago looking to extend that streak of runners. And here's the 1-1. He swings through that one. A fastball gets by and puts the count at 1-2 with 2 out in the bottom of the 6th.
Little warm-up action in the Dodger bullpen. Looks like a righty down there, and also warm-up action in the Grays bullpen. They've got a righty loosening up as well. We'll try to get you who that reliever is down there.
Connor Grove's night might be done for the Dodgers. That one's going to be grounded out down the first base line. Jones makes a play at it as it ends up toward the DC Grays bullpen. If this is the end of Jones's day, he's done an impressive job going 6 innings so far in this game, giving up 1 run. Definitely his best outing of the summer, and it's coming at the right time. The Dodgers looking to solidify their playoff spot. Here's the 1-2 from Beasley, and that's going to get by the catcher Bear, and Wolanski's going to advance to second base.
Yeah, it'll be a tough wild pitch versus pass ball call there. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the catcher. Catchers today have had a long day. We'll go with wild pitch up in the booth, but again, we're not the official scores.
Especially for Bear, who has not been relieved of his catching duties today. Colin Berg played the first game for the Dodgers behind the mound. Bear has seen all of the innings. That one's going to hit Tego on the arm, and he's going to take his base. So once again, Brian Tego gets on without accumulating a hit, and now 2 are on and 2 out. The Dodgers threatening again in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, Brian Tego, 2 walks and a hit by pitch in tonight's game. He's got a nice little streak going. The last time he started, which was game 1 between the River Dogs and Dodgers on Tuesday, he was hit by a pitch twice and walked once in his 3 plate appearances. So 6 times in a row for Brian Tego has he reached without getting a hit.
I'm sensing a pattern. And now Joey Ortiz is going to come up, swinging hard, takes a cut, and rips it one back into the screen behind home plate. Ortiz started things off today with a single in the first inning, then flew out to center, had a walk in the 5th, where the Dodgers picked up 3 runs. The 0-1 to Ortiz. Beasley trying to get himself out of the inning once again. That going to miss low and outside for a ball 1-1 to Ortiz, who leads the Dodgers in a number of categories, including some of them all time. That would be starts, at bats, hits, doubles, and stolen bases. The 1-1 going to miss low and outside again for a ball, 2-1. 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Dodgers have runners on first and second. Wolanski, not the most impressive speed, but get a ball out into this vast Joe Cannon Stadium outfield, and he could come around and score. That one going to be fouled behind the field of play, popped up. Keeps the count now at 2-2.
We got one more final in the Cal Ripken League so far besides the 11-6 Dodgers win in Game 1. That Redbirds game has gone final against the Aces. They take down Alexandria by a score of 7-1, but as I talked about, not much play there for the Dodgers and their playoff seeding.
Dodgers need some help around the league if they pick up this win to get in the playoffs. That one hit hard into right center field, going back at the wall. Doesn't make the catch. And Joey Ortiz is going to go around to second. He's going to try for a third. Wolanski already in. Tego comes around to score as well. And in right field, unable to make the catch is Harrison Freed, and that's going to bring home 2 more Baltimore Dodgers. Joey Ortiz gets it done once again with a little bit of help.
Yeah, I think they'll give him the hit, and look, there it is on the scoreboard. RBI triple, 2 RBI triple for Joey Ortiz, and 2 big runs for the Dodgers as they look to close out this game in the top of the 7th. They got 2 more runs of cushion, and Bellamy could give him even more right here.
5-1 ball game. David Bellamy at first. Another inning where James Beasley gets scored on with 2 outs. First pitch in for a strike to David Bellamy. Ortiz on third base, excuse me. His New Mexico State teammate standing in the left side batter's box. Fouls that one back into the brick behind home plate. Count now 0-2 with 2 out. Dodgers giving their pitching staff a nice cushion, 4-run lead. They can pull out the win. They just need a little bit of help from the Bethesda Big Train, and they could lock up a playoff spot. Another one fouled off into the parking lot. Keeps the count at 0-2 for David Bellamy. Bellamy in this game, a pair of flyouts and a single. That came in the 5th inning. A single here would bring home Ortiz. Here's the 0-2, and that one's going to be flown out toward third base. Briggs underneath it makes the catch and gets the Grays out of the inning, but not before the Baltimore Dodgers get another pair of runs. Joey Ortiz comes through with a 2 RBI triple that gives Connor Grove the 4-run cushion. He's going to come out to try to finish what he started. So when we come back, the Baltimore Dodgers looking to grab the second win of the doubleheader. You're listening to Baltimore Dodgers Baseball. DC Grays down to their last 3 outs in this ballgame. The Baltimore Dodgers got 2 more runs in the bottom of the 6th to get a 5-1 lead. Up to bat now for the DC Grays. It's going to be Jack Danini, followed by Cooper Mitchell, and then the top of the lineup with Will Johnson. Danini in to face Grove. First pitch going to be inside for a ball. Out in the bullpen, warming up with the bullpen catcher for Game 2, Colin Berg, is the Towson righty Alex Quas. Next pitch going to miss high for a ball. 2-0 now to Danini. Danini picked up the first hit of this game for the Grays, a single in the 3rd inning. He has since flown out to the shortstop. Another ball for Connor Grove, who has thrown 3 straight. Danini looking to draw the walk or get something down the middle that he can drive. That one going to get across the white for a strike. 3-1 now to Danini. Grove pitched well so far. 6 innings, giving up just 1 run, trying to finish it off. And that one's going to miss low and inside for a ball for the first runner of this inning for the DC Grays. And if you're the Baltimore Dodgers and head coach Derek Brown, you're wondering how short that leash is for Connor Grove. This is a win the Dodgers would love to have to solidify some playoff position as we head into the last game of the season.
4-run lead, last inning. Only thing you don't want to do, leadoff walk. What does he do? Leadoff walk. And a swing and a miss.
That one coming from Cooper Mitchell, the DH in this game at the bottom of the lineup. This inning reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd, then flew out to left. He swings through the first 2 pitches, and that one's now 0-2 to the 9-hole hitter. Danini, not a guy with a ton of speed on first. Taking a sizable lead, his long frame giving him the advantage. 0-2 pitch is going to be on the high outside corner, and there goes Mitchell striking out looking, continuing his abysmal 2 games at the plate.
Yeah, strikeout number 7 there for Connor Grove, who, despite that leadoff walk, he's looking to get this complete game, get the big Dodger win.
2 more outs, and the Dodgers pick up another win at Joe Cannon Stadium. And now Will Johnson is going to face off against Grove for the 4th time in this game. First pitch in for a strike. Johnson picked up a single his last time up in the 5th. Looking to replicate that venture. 0-1, Grove working out of the stretch. And Johnson goes around on that, tried to check his swing, couldn't pull it back. A nice pitch from Grove puts Johnson down 0-2. Runner on first, 1 out in the top of the 7th. Strikeout for Connor Grove would put him 1 out away from the complete game victory. Grove is set, reaches back and fires, and that one's going to just miss on the inside corner. Might have been a bit high, and now the count is 1-2.
Another final score around the Cal Ripken League. Loudon River Dogs defeat the Gaithersburg Giants 7-2. So for now, they come into a first-place tie with the Baltimore Dodgers for that first wild card spot. But that's just for now.
1-2 now to Johnson. That one's going to get him on the feet, and he's going to throw the bat over towards the dugout and take his base. So Grove ahead in the count, 1-2, looking to get the second out of the inning. Instead, an errant throw catches Johnson on the feet, and now there are 2 on with 1 out.
Yeah, as you said, ahead in the count. I mean, after that leadoff walk, he did well to go right at Mitchell, strike him out. Then he gets ahead on Johnson, just completely loses a fastball to the arm side. And now 2 runners on, and all the Grays need to do, get 1 more guy on base, and they've got a little bit of pop in their bats, could bring the tying run to the plate.
And that's going to bring up the shortstop, Jacob Mayakawa, who's had a tough day at the plate. 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts, 2 swinging, 1 looking, and he takes the first pitch down the middle for a strike, looking to avoid the golden sombrero in a 7-inning ball game.
Yeah, it's not something you want on your resume. It's bad enough in 9, but he put 1 up in 7. Not what you want to see.
Here's the 0-1 to Mayakawa, and he hits that one hard. Austin James was unable to get it underneath the glove. They're going to hold up the runner at third. So now bases are loaded for the DC Grays. And the tying run comes to the plate in Lamar Briggs, the best hitter on this DC Grays team.
Yeah, it doesn't have the most power. Freed on deck has the 7 homers. Briggs was with just 2, but obviously hitting over 370 on the year. And a little update is we got you that Loudon score, 7-6. The Bethesda Big Train have tied the game in the bottom of the 8th against the T-Bolts. It's now 6-6. They have runners on second and third with 1 out. So they're very close to possibly taking the lead. And if they could do that and then hold on, and the Dodgers can hold this one, they will clinch a playoff spot. But that's going to be it for Connor Grove here at Joe Cannon Stadium.
He leaves the bases loaded. A great day through 6. He exits, gives the ball to head coach Derek Brown, who's going to toss it over to Towson righty Alex Quas. When we come back, a little bit more on Quas as he tries to get out of a bases-loaded jam with 1 out. You're listening to Baltimore Dodgers Baseball. Pitcher in for the Baltimore Dodgers, Alex Quas takes the mound, the righty from Towson. And he's going to be in quite a situation. Bases loaded with 1 out. Connor Grove gave up a walk, hit a batter, and then gave up a single to Jacob Mayakawa. And that's the situation Quas finds himself in. 2 outs, and he can get the Dodgers their 18th win of the season. If not, it's going to spell trouble for the rest of this game.
Yeah, Alex Quas making his 4th appearance for the Dodgers. 1 of them has been a start. In 6 1/3 innings, he's given up 9 hits, 11 runs, 10 of them earned. Struck out 4 and walked 7. The ERA, not looking good for Quas. 14.21 for the righty, who joined the team pretty late in the season after his junior year at Towson. Had to work on some mechanics throughout the summer, then ended up joining the team. First pitching out of the bullpen, a nice almost 3-inning appearance in Baltimore against the Redbirds. Ended up getting walked off on, but pretty much kept the Dodgers in the game to even get them to extra innings. And the walk-off, I mean, a little bit of soft contact from the Redbirds there. And then other than that, for Quas, he had a start last week that didn't go too well against the Bethesda Big Train, so he's trying to right the ship here.
And what a way to start off this outing for Alex Quas, facing Lamar Briggs, the outfielder, the rising senior at Jackson State, who came into today's doubleheader hitting .376, good for 2nd in the Cal Ripken League in batting average. Also has a pair of homers and 22 RBIs. Quas working out of the stretch with the bases loaded. First pitch in, going to be a nice breaking ball from Alex Quas. Gets Briggs leaning back and settles into an 0-1 count.
Yeah, Quas's ERA at Towson in his junior year this season, not great either. 8.84 in 37 2/3 innings. That was 15 appearances, 4 of them starts.
A huge moment for the Dodgers with Quas on the mound. He hits that one hard. Briggs gets it underneath the glove of James. That's going to go. 1 run's going to score. Mayakawa coming all the way in. It's going to be safe. Excuse me, that is not Mayakawa. That is Will Johnson coming around to score. So Danini and Johnson come around from 2nd and 3rd to score 2 runs. And 1 swing of the bat from Briggs, a single into the hole, puts the Dodgers cushion at just 2 runs.
Yeah, Quas came in, made a beautiful first pitch, front door breaking ball to catch Briggs off guard, and then kind of grooved him a fastball, and he sends it into left field. Now the tying run stands on first base, a 5-3 ball game. And as we talked about, Harrison Freed, 2nd in the Cal Ripken League, 1st on this Grays team with 7 home runs. If he can get one out here, it would give DC the lead.
Hard 1-2 punch to face as you enter the ball game for Quas. Freed takes a curveball right down the heart of the plate for a strike. Another nice curveball to start out the at-bat for Quas. The curveball been his best pitch since he's joined the Dodgers. 0-1 now with 1 out. Runners on first and second. Those being Briggs and Mayakawa. And here's the 0-1 from Quas. Reaches back and fires, and that one's going to be swung all the way through by Fried. Puts the count at 0-2. Another nice pitch from Quas, who's got Fried in the 0-2 hole. Trying to hold off one of the best power bats in the DMV right now.
Yeah, those 2 runs charged to Connor Grove, the runner on second, also Grove's responsibility. So far 3 earned runs charged to him.
Here's the 0-2, a big moment for Quas in the inning. He looks back at second, then he fires, and that one's going to be a high fastball. A little bit held up with Mayakawa at second, stared him down for quite a while before turning around and looking at the catcher's mitt of Alex Wolanski. So now the count's 1-2. Alex Quas still in a pinch, not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. Dodgers only have a 2-run lead. And here we go with the 1-2, 1 out here. The pitch going to be low in the dirt. A breaking ball misses, puts the count at 2-2 in the top of the 7th inning.
Yeah, Quas trying to get him to chase, but now at 2-2, you got to go attack the hitter. You can't get behind 3-2, and with the possibility of a walk that would put that tying run in scoring position. Got to go at him now. Use your best pitch that you can still throw in the strike zone. That's got to be what's going through Quas's head here.
Fried on Monday had a 4-for-5 day with 4 home runs that got him to 7. Looking to add another nice trophy to his list this summer. And here's the 2-2, and that one's fouled off by Fried. A nice job to protect at 2-2. And we'll go again.
Yeah, Quas made a good pitch there. Went for the fastball, inside corner. Good piece of hitting by Fried. It's not a pitch he can really drive. It was too far in on his hands unless you really get out in front of it. So just gets a piece of it and gets to see another pitch.
Fried in that 4-home run game drove home 6 RBIs, that coming against the Herndon Braves last Monday. Here's the 2-2 once again. I'm going to be high and inside, going to be out of the glove of Wolanski. Runners don't advance. Wolanski comes out, tosses the ball to Quas. 3-2 count now with 1 out. Fried has worked himself back in this one as the umpires come out to talk to one another.
Yeah, they're going to talk about whether or not this ball actually hit the batter, Fried. It looked like it almost did. It was very close up around his shoulder. Home plate umpire said no, it was just ball 3, but that's the only thing I can think of here, unless they're possibly talking about interference on Fried. Wolanski trying to jump up and throw that ball back to second, but Fried kind of walked in front of him, so it really could go either way on the conversation, although I would lean towards them talking about whether or not it hit the batter. And they're going to end up saying that it did not go with the original call, and the count will stay full with 1 out.
Yeah, Fried didn't leave and take a pass down to first, so he didn't think he got hit. The umpires convened and decided he also didn't get hit. And now the count is full, 3-2 with 1 out. Runners on first and second. The Grays threatening, trying to knot up this ball game at the least. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Quas. Looks back at second, kicks back and fires, and that one going to be low and outside. So a ball that misses out of the glove of Wolanski gives Fried a free pass. And now the bases are loaded once again. Same situation Quas was in when he entered. Bases loaded and 1 out.
Yeah, so the bases juiced again for Gillis, and a little update on that Big Train T-Bolts game. The Big Train did have second and third with 1 out, but Robinson, the reliever for the T-Bolts, able to come in and get out of the jam, so that game stays 6-6 going to the 9th. Dodgers looking for a Bethesda win, and if that can happen, they can hold on here. They would clinch a playoff spot.
Darius Gillis takes the right side against the righty Quas with the bases loaded and 1 out. Aces already have scored 2 in this inning. First pitch is going to miss in the dirt for Quas. A ball, 1-0 the count.
And one more update. The Braves and the Express, not a huge, that doesn't have huge bearing on the Dodgers. The Braves still trying to catch him, but it's not likely. The Express get 1 in the bottom of the 9th to tie it up. They're 3-3 in extra innings, top of the 10th in Rockville.
Dodgers want to pick up this win here. Sets them in great position to make the postseason for the first time in team history. That pitch is going to miss high and inside to Gillis. Count now 2-0. Quas had Harrison Freed down in the count 0-2, and he worked back to get the walk. 2 balls to Gillis. Just 1 out in the top of the 7th. And here's the pitch. Throws back and fires. Another one going to miss high, so 3-0 the count now. 1 more ball, walks home a run.
Yeah, Quas just losing control here, especially to that last batter. After going ahead 0-2, he ended up walking him, now behind 3-0 with the bases juiced.
A lefty begins warming up in the bullpen. That one a strike from Alex Quas. Good pitch to get back into the count, 3-1. But it looks like a lefty for the Dodgers is warming up.
Looks like it might be A.J. Korsinski out there for the Dodgers.
The lefty from Salisbury. And that one going to be on the outside corner for a strike. Darius Gillis thought that one was out of the zone. He began to take his way down to first, bring home another run for the Grays, but you don't show up the umpire. He called the strike, and now the count is full once again.
And another big 3-2 pitch for Quas.
Here it comes, as he mentioned. Here's the pitch, and that one's going to get over the heart of the plate for a strike. A great pitch from Alex Quas to retire retire Gillis. And now there are 2 outs, bases loaded, and the first baseman, Miles Jones, at the plate for the Grays, representing one of their last hopes for this ballgame.
And that tells me that, well, right there, Gillis was looking to walk. I mean, that's a fastball that got a lot of the plate, but Quas gets the out. Here comes Derek Brown. Looks like Coach Brown's going to go for the lefty-lefty matchup. Jones coming up, the big left-handed hitter. He's going to get the ball from Alex Quas, and I'm about 95% sure that's going to be A.J. Korsinski coming into the game.
A bit of strategy here, playing the percentages, is Derek Brown against the pull-hitting lefty Miles Jones. When we come back, we'll talk a bit about the situation the Dodgers remain in the new pitcher. You're listening to Baltimore Dodgers Baseball. Dodgers have gotten the bases juiced. Connor Grove came in for a third of an inning in the 6th. The bases were loaded. He left. Alex Quas came in. 2 runs came around to score, put the game at 3-5, and then Quas left the bases juiced for the new pitcher, A.J. Korsinski, who's going to come in to try to get his 2nd save of the season.
Korsinski making his 8th appearance of the season. 3 of them have been starts. In 21 1/3 innings, he's given up 18 hits and 14 runs, 12 of them earned, struck out 19 and walked 15. The ERA at 5.06 this summer for the big lefty.
He's going to face Miles Jones, another big pull-hitting lefty who's seen the shift a couple times in this game, a couple times in this doubleheader. First pitch is going to miss outside for a ball to Jones.
And the shift is on, as you said. Williams over towards second base, not playing as big a shift towards shortstop. Austin James playing almost straight up, but the third base line wide open for Jones.
We've seen Jones try to bunt, not likely to be the case here. Next pitch is going to go in the dirt for a ball. 2-0 the count. He did try to bunt one time and hit it way out into foul territory. Probably not a guy used to bunting and getting down the line.
In a one-run game, I could see him doing it, but needing 2 runs, he's probably looking for the base hit that ties the game.
Not to use the expression because they don't get paid, but they pay him to hit. They don't pay him to bunt. 2-0 the count now, 2 outs. That one, a fastball right down the heart of the plate for a strike. 2-1 to Jones.
Nice job by Korsinski. Pour a fastball in at the knees and get himself on the board with a strike.
The last hope for the DC Grays. One more out and they're done. The next pitch from Korsinski swung all the way through by Miles Jones, and now they're down to their last strike. The deuces are wild in the top of the 7th, 2-2, 2 out. Miles Jones at the plate facing the lefty, A.J. Korsinski, who came into the game for this lefty-on-lefty matchup versus the pull hitter.
I expect him to go another fastball here. Jones hasn't been able to catch up with it these last 2 pitches. Try to get it in the zone or fairly close.
Getting the signs from his catcher, Wolanski. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This is going to do it. If it hits, that one going to be a breaking ball low. Runs the count full at 3-2.
So now the runners will get a head start, and a base hit pretty much guarantees to tie this game. But I don't like the idea there from Korsinski. The fastball he's been behind, the breaking ball he's been able to see when it's out of the zone. And I think you got to go fastball here, but now he's probably looking for it.
Here's the moment of the game for the Baltimore Dodgers. 3-2, 2 out. A.J. Korsinski on the mound, kicks back and fires. Here's the pitch, and that one's going to miss high for a ball. And Miles Jones walks, brings home the shortstop Jacob Mayakawa, and the bases are still loaded, and the ball game is 5-4.
Yeah, they talk about the walk with the bases loaded being the easiest RBI you can get. That RBI was anything but easy for Jones. He had to work through that at bat, get it to 3-2, lay off some tough breaking balls, and then lay off a fastball that had to be enticing to hit just a couple inches above his letters.
And now Evan Baer, the catcher, in at the right side. Another ball in the dirt from A.J. Korsinski to his catcher, Alex Wolanski.
That will finish up Connor Grove's line. So all 3 runners he led on scored on him. That'll be 4 earned runs for Grove over 6 1/3. He allowed 6 hits, struck out 7, walked 4, and hit a batter.
A 1-run lead for the Baltimore Dodgers. The base is still loaded, and the catcher Baer at the plate. Ahead in the count, 1-0. Kick back and fire from Korsinski. That one a fastball poured right down the middle. Strike, 1-1 the count.
Korsinski using the high strike there, got it up around the letters. That's where he was trying to go to Jones, but lost it a little bit up.
Baer yet to pick up a hit in this game. Another one from Korsinski. That one's going to miss high for a ball. Now 2-1.
Try to do the same thing there, but that pitch, same thing happened to Jones. Just tried for the letters and lost it up a little bit, maybe not finishing on that fastball.
Baer, a two-way player for this DC Grays team. Seen 2 appearances on the mound, played 18 games behind the plate. Another one going to miss high, 3-1. So one more ball, and A.J. Korsinski will have walked home the tying run.
Yeah, again, maybe just not getting on top of that fastball enough. The big, tall lefty comes from all the way over the top. You just got to get on top of that fastball when you have that kind of delivery. Hasn't done it on the last 2 pitches.
Good hitters count here for Baer. Bases loaded, 3-1 the pitch. Going to get the inside corner for a strike. So once again, full count, bases loaded, 2 out. Evan Baer, the catcher, at the dish. And A.J. Korsinski needs one more strike to complete this Dodgers win. Force out at any base with the bases loaded. Korsinski kicks back, fires, runners going. And now going to be swung all the way through. A strikeout ends the game for the Baltimore Dodgers. Evan Baer swings through that one, cracks his bat on the ground as the Baltimore Dodgers lock up the 5-4 win. So, the Dodgers, they're the cardiac kids, especially in today's game. We're ahead in this one, had a 5-1 lead coming into the 7th inning. The Grays got 3 runs back. They fought and clawed. They had the bases loaded with the opportunity to tie the game or win or be prepared to win, and unable to do so. Baltimore Dodgers get their 2nd win of the doubleheader and set themselves up well for the opportunity to make the postseason. And now they'll be looking at that score between the SS Tacoma Thunderbolts in the Bethesda Big Train.
Yeah, but first of all, great job by Korsinski coming in. Hey, I was talking about how he was losing the fastball up, and he did it to walk Jones, but he gets the big strikeout of Bear, goes 3-1, but has, he was struggling with that high fastball, trying to get it into the letters, which is really his best pitch, is a tall lefty who comes from all the way over the top. The big pitch for him is that fastball at the letters. It's almost impossible to hit. He couldn't get it, fell behind 3-1, and felt like he still needed to throw it, and threw it for a strike on the 3-1 pitch at the letters to get it to 3-2. And then what looked like a nice little changeup to get Bear out in front to get the strikeout. And more importantly for him, that ended the game and got the Dodgers their big win. And now they wait on this Bethesda-Tacoma game, tied 6-6 in the bottom of the ninth. Bethesda a chance to walk it off and send the Dodgers to the playoffs.
The DC Grays made a run at it late, but the Baltimore Dodgers hold off and sweep this doubleheader, this time winning 5-4. We'll wait and see on the final from the Bethesda SS Tacoma game, but the Dodgers are looking to make their first playoff appearance in team history.
Yeah, for the Dodgers, pitching-wise, Connor Grove, we got you his final line. He went 6 1/3, gave up 6 hits, 4 earned runs. He K'd 7, walked 4, and hit a batter. Then Alex Quas came in and struggled a little bit, went a third of an inning, gave up a hit and a walk, and struck out a batter. Then A.J. Korsinski comes in and gets the save, picks up the 1 out on the strikeout, also walked a run in. But the Dodgers win it 5-4.
A big ball game here, an excellent 2 games for the Baltimore Dodgers. On the opposite side, James Beasley comes up with the loss. 6 innings of work, gave up 5. Not enough for the DC Grays to come out with the win.
Yeah, the Grays, they bat around in that 9th inning. Bear was the 9th man to come to the plate, but just couldn't get it done, leaving the bases loaded. And the Grays, they left 9 men on base today. The Dodgers left 6, so tough loss for the Grays, but they had already been eliminated from playoff contention. Now the Dodgers, 18-21, in the driver's seat. They jump up back ahead of the River Dogs, a half game ahead of them in this playoff race. The Braves obviously still playing, but that's bad news for Herndon. The Dodger win means Herndon cannot catch the Dodgers, however, still with a chance to catch the River Dogs and get in. So if Herndon were to get in, they'd have to get that number 2 wild card spot. But now the Dodgers will obviously eyes glued to this Bethesda game against the Tacoma T-Bolts. 6-6 with no outs in the bottom of the 9th, nobody on base. First batter of the inning, as they'll look for Bethesda to walk it off and send the Dodgers to the playoffs for the first time in team history. And there it is, folks. The Baltimore Dodgers, for the first time in team history, are headed to the playoffs. And Joey Ortiz, what a way they were sent in to the playoffs by the Bethesda Big Train.
That's it, a solo home run, a walk-off shot in the bottom of the 9th inning gives the Baltimore Dodgers their first playoff berth in team history. An impressive feat for this team, 6 years of meddling around in the bottom half of the Cal Ripken League, and they're going to get the opportunity to see the postseason for the first time. So, looking ahead to tomorrow, the Dodgers still do have a game. They play the Baltimore Redbirds, but not nearly as much weight on that one as there once was earlier, just about 2 minutes ago.
Now, there's 2 ways to look at it. One, you're in. So maybe the plan was to start Josh Hedgeka, obviously been the Dodger ace. Maybe you don't start him. The other thing, though, is the Dodgers still playing for that number 1 wild card spot with the Loudoun River Dogs. If they get the number 1 spot, they will play the Gaithersburg Giants, who have really been struggling down the stretch, just at 500 on the season. If you get the number 2 spot, you got to travel to Alexandria and play the Aces, who were neck and neck with the Bethesda Big Train this season. The Aces also had 3 wins out of 4 against the Dodgers, so it's really a give and take. I think the Dodgers still send Hedgeka to the mound tomorrow to try and set up a matchup with Gaithersburg.
Josh Hedgeka been the best pitcher on this Baltimore Dodgers staff all season. And that's going to do it here from Joe Cannon Stadium. So an exciting doubleheader. The Baltimore Dodgers lock up 2 wins and a playoff berth for the first time in program history. For Connor Newcomb, Billy Goheen, Rob Stadnick, and all of the Baltimore Dodgers players and coaches, I'm Joey White saying, have a good night, and let's go Dodgers.